to the table. Just like right now, you just made a point, but you need to finish. You need to finish. So you blow the air.
I was following up from what you said because it dawned on me that I had never thought about that before. So I was inquiring more about it.
Okay, let me finish for you then. I thought maybe, I thought maybe you thought about it for a couple of years. But anyway, what you're doing, Scott, is the thing back when we talked about this earlier, charge. Everything vibrates. Everything has a charge. Now, the air you're blowing into the water is creating an electrical charge. Not
makes sense.
Follow? Yeah.
Dude, imagine disputing the ether. Oh my God. It's literally the only logically viable possibility in existence.
Right. Well, I was trying to talk to Scott real quick.
Hold up. We got
Whoa,
hold up.
Okay.
Let's talk. Let's make sure you get that straight with it.
Just remember how this started.
Hold it. Witsit,
the arrogance it started with.
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
I'm not talking to some fucking clown. Make a quick note to Scott before we.
Let me talk to Scott or Witsit. What the fuck? Why can't I have the air here for a second? What the fuck? Witsit.
We took turns. It was you then Scott, and I took like 8 turns.
Yeah. Well, no, Witsit.
I just want to tell Scott I'll holler at him later, man. That's like literally it. That's it.
I know. I just be cool. But he's coming in like I'm attacking the ether. And I just wanted to make sure I didn't see when he came in. You just jump in the.
Welcome, Witsit. What was it that you added to the whole discussion? I didn't even hear it, man. Sorry.
Oh, I just said something like just like every time with the ether guys, they have nothing or something like that. I don't even know. I'm just saying.
Okay. Gotcha.
Like the ether is literally the only logically viable option. Like there is objectively an ether, if you want to call it a different name, like a background medium, whatever. It's literally objectively the only logically viable option. So I just think it's weird when people say
does it have absolute coordinates or is it relativistic?
Coordinates are relative to material. So
the fish breathes fucking oxygen with it. Hey, with it. The fish breathes oxygen.
Oxygen? Nah.
You haven't got it. What? Do they or not?
Wait, what?
Kind of the topic. We were talking about fish.
Well, before you jump in,
I made it one single comment about your.
Yeah, I know, but you fucking came in kind of hot. Yeah, like you're some King Kong in the flat Earth community.
Not really.
Yeah, well, we're talking about facts.
All I said was, imagine taking shots at the ether. It's the only logically viable option. So, I mean.
So, Steve, I wanted to ask you, if electricity is the transference, is what's really happening to keep the fish alive. It's not oxygen that's going in, keeping the bait alive. It's really electricity. That's what you're saying? An electrical component to it? Oh, did he? Yeah. There.
I was going to bring up, if you look into it with what Steve's talking about, I wouldn't say that the fish don't utilize oxygen. The way the oxygen is pulled from the water might be different than what we're led to believe. That's one thing that can be investigated because it could be a process of electrolysis that's going on within the fish that splits the oxygen from the H2O. I mean, from the water.
Right. I was just trying to wrap my mind around it. So is the waves, the movement of the ocean actually doing the same thing that an air breather would do? Is that kind of what's going on, Steve? Is that what you're trying to say? The electrical movement, is creating electrical charge, and
is that what you're? That's what. Yeah, right.
Now, I am one of the ether junkies too, though. So, but I
don't have a problem with. I'm teasing you guys, right? But here's the thing: we're talking about the ether right now. That's why I'm fucking nailing Witsit down. He's a guy that blames fucking ether all the time. And I want to know fucking he knows fish don't breathe air.
Well, that's cool, Steve.
What's up with your thing?
That's what ether guys.
So much. Don't yell so much, Steve. It's all good.
Yeah, well, fucking try to make one mic. I don't have to yell. If I don't get talked over, I don't have to yell.
Choose your battles, Steve. You gotta calm down, bro.
Yeah, well, I got kind of hot when Witsit fucking jumped on me. When he fucking, as soon as he jumped in the room like he's King Kong.
He didn't though, man. You
Yeah, no, he did.
you misinterpreted, man. He wasn't coming
Yeah,
at
yeah, he
it's
was
all good.
coming at me.
Well, bro, you said something about like how just like how the Aether guys never have anything, can't come with nothing or something like that. So I'm like, what? Like,
Well,
so do you agree
that's
that there's an Aether?
I am an Aether guy, but I don't ever use it because the Aether guys don't do science.
Well, that's the
So
thing. Right? Like it's even. I kind of agree. You know, not particularly, but like the thing about the Aether is it's not like materially accessible or whatever. It's just like a logical fact. Like it objectively exists. Like you don't have to call it Aether or whatever, but it's something is there, right? Like the only option is something or nothing, and the answer is something because nothing cannot exist, right? I mean, so it's like that's what I'm saying. Or even if you take out as much air as you possibly can and have like a vacuum chamber, right? I mean, so if something's waving, light goes through there waving.
Back to the fish. Let's go to the fish. This is kind of critical when you talk about Aether. Yeah, when you talk about Aether, see Aether is everything. See, this is why I'm saying about the Aether guys when I try to talk to them. So you understand that air bubbles aren't putting oxygen in the water. They're putting electric ether into the water.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what electric ether is, you know, like.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think you guys are clowns.
That just doesn't exist. That's retarded. Like electricity is a modality of ether. So
yeah, that's what you think.
No, it's a fact. It's a fact.
No, it's not a fact because you're fucking bullshitting me right now. You don't want to admit that fish don't breathe air.
What? I said, sure. What does that doing? I didn't say they breathe.
I mean, we're talking about the ether, clown.
Well, it's not even the official like mainstream claim is not that most fish breathe oxygen. That's not the claim, right? They absorb oxygen from like the ambient environment molecules.
Yeah, no, the water passes over their gills and the oxygen is pulled out. That's where,
right. Yeah,
it's called charge.
Of course, everything is charged. What is that? Okay.
Well, it's like when you do an electrolysis project where you're making hydrogen, right? One plate puts off oxygen and one plate puts off hydrogen. So it draws the curiosity. Is that's what's going on with a fish's gill?
That's kind of what I was getting at. I was like, okay, so the top levels of the ocean have more oxygen, the lower levels less.
No,
because of the way
it's water. H2O. All water has oxygen in it.
Well, I'm a fisherman, so I use a breather all the time.
You know how there's more pressure at the bottom. It squeezes the more oxygen up.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
See, but I've heard Steve say that fish don't even need oxygen to survive.
I've never said that. I said they don't breathe oxygen. They take, like, see, here's the thing, right? I guess it's too hard to understand that the ether is in everything. I guess that doesn't resonate.
I think that's
he's got ether, which has got ether as a non-modality or some fucking thing. Non-physical or some fucking thing. I don't know how you get fucking non-physical with anything. I don't understand.
Are you saying that moving water, like the process of just moving the water makes
chemical
it
charge,
like oxygenated?
Chemical charge will increase increase the electricity in it. Yes, sir.
Wait, why do we put like air pumps on fish tanks?
We just covered that.
I just got here. I'm sorry.
Is there some kind of
electric charge into the water?
No, it doesn't.
Has that been tested?
That would fry the fish.
Does that keep?
It puts it into the water.
Hold on, Max. You don't hear me talking? Do you hear me talking at all? We can take turns.
Sure.
Okay. I just want to get clarity. Like, are you saying that somehow just moving the water charges it up somehow, and the fish is able to survive? Like this has been tested?
Yeah. So it
Me?
works. You
No.
can.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, if that's true, I didn't know that, but that's interesting.
Yeah, you can. There's about three different ways you can charge up a fish tank. Air bubbles isn't the only way. You can do it with light. I think what's the other? Well, stirring. You can put just an aerator in it, rotate a fan. Anything that you increase the flow of the water. That's what happens with the rivers and how everything works. That's how the ether works. The point, like the 5-star point, like we talked about earlier, the one pointing straight up in the air. That's, in the old days, the 5 elements, that was ether. Yeah, that's why you got voltage in the sky. It's voltage in the sky is ether.
Why would you deny it though? If it was, it was something that was known, something that was around, part of the old conventions.
Deny
Why would
what?
you deny it? It used to be known.
Deny what?
Yeah, it just seems like you're referencing older material which appealed to an ether, and now you're kind of like saying, "Fuck that, it's not real."
No, I didn't say. You guys don't listen. I didn't say that. I said ether clowns.
Okay.
I said ether clowns. I didn't. I clarified that I am an ether guy. I just don't associate with ether clowns because that's all I got out here with the dice low.
Okay, this is news to me, man.
What is news to you?
I've heard you hate on the ether for years, so I had no idea you were an ether guy.
No, because I explain it through the electrical system, which is what the ether is. The fire, air, earth. This is how it works. These are how the ether is pretty fucking easy to understand when you admit to yourself that the quantum mechanics stole the fucking ether, but all they did was isolate it, because that's what quantum does, count, so they can go sound, they can go air, they can go any direction they want. But if they sit here and tell you, which would give you half a fucking brain, because if you knew everything was electrical, ether, then you'd be a little smarter than you are now. But they don't want you smarter than you are now. They want you dumber than a fucking stump. So you come out here and fucking claim ether and never say a fucking word. Just like charge, like in quantum mechanics, they invoke charge, chemical charge. That's ether. But see, like Witsit here wants to argue about fucking fish breathing oxygen. Or fucking it wants to fucking say that's electricity. What the fuck? Sound like a fucking baller to me. That's what I'm saying. That's why I call you guys ether fun.
If I told you that I think I hypothesize that ether is like a pure vacuum, like that would be pure ether. That would be distilled ether. Would that make sense to you?
Not at all. See, the whole system is electric. Ether. That's why the sun is enclosed. It's an enclosed system. Everything in the sky is on fire. The sun is fed from the ground with the ether from the ground. All the stars are fed from the ground. We live in an enclosed system. Ether doesn't work unless you have a connection. You can't have ether just floating around. It has to tie, it's all connected. That's where God comes in. That's where people get fucked up on the spirit.
Steve,
they're all lost.
Would you say that the term ether is a materialistic quantifier for the field from which everything emanates forth from?
Yeah. I'd say pretty close. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That it's all. God is all. Ether is all. That's the point at the top of the 5-star, the 5 elements, earth, wind, and fire, and the ether at the point at the top. That's why you got high voltage in the sky. It's voltage. It's electricity. It's ether. It's called physics. That's why when you take H2O and go, well, gee, I can't find no H2O. Oh, I got to apply a little ether. If I apply a little ether, I can separate the water and I can call it over here hydrogen. I can call it over here oxygen. But fucking ether clowns don't do fucking science. People don't like doing science and they want to come out here and bullshit me. Now, fuck you. I've been out here too fucking long now to be a nice guy anymore. Fuck you, ether clown.
I think you've coined the term ether clowns. I'm going to put that as a saying on a shirt, I think.
Well, they are. That's what they don't bring nothing.
Well, I'm not going to actually do that. I was just kidding. Ether clowns. I guess I'm an ether clown.
I've told Daiso from day one he was a fucking idiot. And he's still out here preaching the same bullshit that I ever said.
Yeah, but to Max's point, though, I mean, you do have to aerate a tank, right? That has fish in it, right? You have to aerate it because of
you better, or they'll fucking die.
Right, because of the oxygen.
Well, you don't have no proof of that. You got proof of air. That's the whole point we're talking about.
What's air?
You got a bubble. It goes through the top of the water. It comes out of the pump, goes straight to the top. I don't see nothing else happening. What do you see? You got any evidence of anything else happening? And then you're going to tell me fish breathe air. I mean, you got no evidence of that other than fucking talking.
Oxygen. No, we live on oxygen. We survive on oxygen.
They draw the oxygen out of the air through their gills.
Yeah, you're talking again.
The biology.
The oxygen. The oxygen that dissolves. Sorry, go ahead.
Daiso talks about Ken Wheeler. Ken Wheeler's a fucking baller. So obviously he doesn't know what the fuck ether is. And then that other clown he talks about, Ballard or Dollard, he's a fucking space cadet. Any fucking space cadet, fuck, you're wasting your time talking to them. It's an enclosed system. The fucking sun it's right there. Right there.
How are they shooting rockets? They're shooting rockets through it.
Yeah, right.
You mentioned the atmospheric electricity. Do you know what the amperage is on that?
Very low.
Yeah, 10 to the negative 12. You couldn't even light an LED bulb with that.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly right.
Yeah, that means that it can't be powering the sun.
Who said, now you're going to two different things there, son.
Well, what if I told you that
not your son?
What if I told you that the power came earlier in the circuit?
Power came earlier.
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
What?
What does that mean that the power comes earlier?
You just quoted amperage, but I just told you. Well, I mean, it's really simple. What if the sun came earlier in the circuit?
Yeah, I'm with Max.
How would that work?
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
Well, when you're plugging in your electrical, there is a chain. There's an order which things are plugged in. The sun would be higher up. If the energy is coming from the sky, the sun would be charged first. So if you're testing the amperage down here, why would it be the same if it's further down the chain of the circuit?
You mean that the atmospheric electricity is like spent on the sun, and we're just analyzing the remnant?
Well, that's one way to characterize it, but that's the concept. Yeah, it's plugged in first, so everything down here is the excess, the leftovers.
Is this a series or parallel circuit?
It would have to be series.
I mean, I think it would be some kind of like dynamic circuit, because everything is not necessarily connected with a wire, right?
Connected with the air.
And a follow-up question: what is the power source?
Who knows?
Itself?
It's completely hypothetical. Okay, this is just my idea, no one else's. I think if there is a real circuit to the Earth, I think that the saltwater ocean serves as the battery, and that energy is somehow carried to the ceiling.
That's why I think the Star Force were there for. It's because of the salt water. They were all surrounded by it.
Yeah, I think it operates like a battery. But that's
the problem there is that if it's let's say the ocean is the generator, the battery, whatever, and then we are measuring the electricity as it's going to the sun, then we are right in the middle of the process. We should be able to measure the full capacity. Right?
But that's assuming we have access to it. You know.
I mean, we do measure the atmospheric electricity.
Well, kind of. Electricity is, I mean, like Witsit said, it's a modality of ether. So it would be a byproduct. So unless we know what ether is and how it operates, we don't know necessarily what exactly is happening up there. You know, all we can do is local measurements.
But you know something about electricity. And there's no ether guys that know anything about electricity.
What I think is cool is that civilizations already understood all this. We're rediscovering it. And sometimes we could just look at the ancient buildings to kind of see, or the layouts of the cities, kind of see how they structured everything, and that's a tell.
Man copies God.
Like I was saying, electricity is just one expression of ether, if you're going to believe in ether theory. And Eric Dollard, he's an electrical engineer. Well, a clown or not, he's been able to observe and identify at least 8 different types of electricity. So just because you've excluded one doesn't mean that.
Name 8 of them. That's a fucking bullshit lie right there. I'll call your ass out on that one.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by its tail.
No, you mentioned 8 of them.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what the names are.
No, there's no fucking. It's not 8 electricities. When he mentioned
the idea is
diesel,
that there are different types of electricity. That's all you need to know.
Oh my fucking! That's all I need to know. That's fucking retarded.
Well, what is the name? What is the name going to get you?
Well, I'm trying to explain to you where you're full of shit. There's no such thing as 8 fucking different kinds of electricity. Now, there might be, I got a fucking hydraulic electricity. I got coal electricity. I got diesel electricity. I got natural gas electricity. I got nuclear power electricity. What the fuck are you bullshit you trying to tell me?
It's just going over your head, Steve.
No, it's not going over my head because you can't fucking name one of them. And you don't know fuck all about electricity. That's why I call you ether clowns. You don't even have a clue about electricity to begin with. It's like, what the fuck? Steve, I mean, why are you're not even willing to learn anything? You're out here fucking japping your jaws about some stupid ass shit, and you don't even stick on physics. Things that you know, that you can prove.
Steve, all I'm doing is explaining an etheric idea. It's a theory. I've already told you this.
There's no such thing as 8 different kinds of electricity. It's not. It's unheard of.
Can you entertain the idea at least?
I'm trying to. I heard it the other day when you guys were listening to that guy. It's like I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Okay,
it's all good.
I'm pretty sure he was talking about, like I just said, waterfalls, turning an electric generator. I'm pretty sure you're talking about steam, turning an electric generator.
I'm glad to see you back, Steve. I'm glad to see you back, Steve. Why don't you take a little break, man?
Yeah, well, why don't you fucking get a brain so I don't have to listen to horse shit.
You don't have to listen to anything, Steve.
No, I know.
Go
ahead and not quite savvy fucking the sun. The sun is, it's a disc. You ever thought about the sun being a disc, Riggs? Huh? You think it's a disc or a ball? Is it a ball, Riggs?
I think you are the sun, Steve.
So you don't want to make a commitment to a ball or a disc? Anybody want to make a commitment? Is the sun a ball or a disc?
No, it's a ball. We can see it rotate.
It's a ball.
Who said it's a ball? I'm talking about flat earthers. I don't really give a fuck about what you ballers think. What about you, Witsit? You're a great guy. Is he still here? What is it, Witsit? Is it a fucking ball or a fucking disc? Come on. Make a fucking stand with your ether.
I don't claim to know the entirety of Earth's shape.
Yeah, I'm just asking for a simple question. You have a clue about?
I don't believe in the globe Earth.
Yeah.
Despite the evidence, right?
It would help if you knew that.
Despite the reification evidence, yeah.
Yeah, it would help.
Oh, that's adorable.
It would help if you knew it was.
How do you explain the 24-hour sun that you witnessed?
Why do I have to explain every phenomenon where the Earth becomes a ball?
Not every one of them, just that one.
Oh, so we just get to select. Can I do the same thing the other way around?
No, but you went there to typically view that observation.
Yeah, because I wanted to know if it was there, and it was, and it was pretty cool, and I didn't have to pay for it. I mean, why would I not go?
But you can't explain it, right?
No, like I have there are different theories about it or whatever, but my question for you is, when you guys all think that means the Earth's a ball, like, would you accept that same standard the other way? Meaning, like, if you can't explain a phenomena on the ball, that therefore it disproves the Earth's a ball?
I would tell you that it'd be a very difficult pill for me to swallow, but eventually I'd run out of the fact that I couldn't explain it, right? And I'd have to accept the terms of the reality.
But so just like you've arbitrarily decided that observation is like more important than all other ones or all other evidence, and then like that alone,
it's a really strong piece of evidence, I think.
I mean, I think that because
it has more weight than some.
I mean, yeah, like I can see why you would think that, right? I mean, like I think that the globe has, like, almost all the evidence for the globe is basically reverse engineered. So that one, like, is where there's a separation, and it kind of falls in the globe basket's prediction. So like I can concede to that, but like my genuine assessment is, if I look at both baskets, it's like overwhelmingly full the other way. And so like
I can understand you saying that, but I can understand you saying that, Witsit, but would you agree though that is like, if you're looking at it objectively, it's a strong piece of evidence that it's really hard to sort of just dismiss whole.
I mean, I think it's a compelling circumstantial piece of evidence, right? Like I don't like, in order for me to claim that it proves it's a ball, I have to be fallacious. There is no way for me to present that logically. Okay, go ahead.
Why would you have to be fallacious? Like, put that together with the path of the sun that you saw in Punta Arenas.
Like, can you just present the idea that the 24-hour sun proves the Earth's a globe without being fallacious?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It shows that there is, number one, the underside of the ball, which you claim that, or not you specifically, but most people claim that the Antarctica is an ice wall, and you were 400 miles away from the South Pole.
Like, bro, what are you doing, man? Like, you're starting to talk about ice walls and stuff. Like, I thought you were going to just say, like, okay, say the 24-hour sun proves the Earth is a globe, right? Like, that's what you're saying. So I'm like, okay, well, obviously you can't just baselessly say things, right? I mean, that's not how logic works. So, like, can you give me like an argument of how it does that isn't fallacious?
Do you mind, Max, if I take this for a sec?
Yeah, you got it.
The 24-hour sun going due south while you guys were there is very, very difficult to explain any form of the.
You kind of went out, but I'm assuming you said any form of flat Earth.
Any form of like a Gleason map type.
Yeah, for sure. But like, that isn't like a positive proof for a globe, right? I mean, I guess you could try to present an argument of falsifying a flat Earth model, and okay, right? Like, certainly, like the Gleason map claiming that's like exactly true, and the sun's a physical object that just does a circle over top of it with an ice ring. Yeah, you would have to claim that it's like an apparent optical effect, right? That the sun that we saw is like not the actual position, or it's like a reflection or something like that, right? But that's totally different than proving like a positive proof of a globe, right? Like, And that's what I'm saying. So like the strongest argument, and I explained this after I got back, right? Like the strongest argument for that being evidence of a globe is not a logical proof at all. It's like, it's just like the most, I guess it's like ostensibly the simplest, right? Like Occam's razor, like that which requires the least amount of assumptions is most likely to be true. And dude, that's just like a general rule of thumb to like start you off approaching a subject, right? Like it's definitely not always the case, right? Like a lot of the times the most simple explanation isn't the truth, right? But like it's a decent way to start looking at something. I agree with that, right? Like the explanation that requires least amount of explanations is most likely to be true, or whatever. It's like cool. You could in that sound. I would definitely say like on a surface, you would think that that makes sense for the globe. You'd be like, yeah, obviously, because the globe says it's a globe. So if I go to the other side of the underside of a globe, I'm going to see the sun doing a circle, just like I do in the north, just reverse. And really, the strongest point that the globers should always point out is that the sun, when we were there, we checked the sunspots and it's like they were flipped around, right? So it's like the sun looked like it was flipped around and it was going the other way. And like, so, okay, the globe claims that we're basically effectively upside down to our position in the north, relative position in the north. So we see the sun do the exact opposite. And so you can say like, that requires least amount of assumptions, right? Is most likely to be true. The problem with that even though is like, actually there are a lot of assumptions baked into that, right? Because you have to go all the way back and it's like, okay, well, if we see the stars the way that we do and we see, and then they change in position as we move over top of the surface of the earth, we're claiming that on a globe, that's an, like it's an actual change on the surface that's making the stars appear to change their angle. And so now we need the stars to be super, super far away, so far away that they do not change due to perspective. So we have to make that assumption. And so then in order to like make that assumption, that means there has to be like effectively damn. And these are huge assumptions. I mean, this is actually how like the whole.
Well, but those things are measured though.
They're not measured.
Oh, they are. Parallax, number one, and we know that the space is a vacuum.
Wait, well, how does parallax show us that the stars are like trillions of miles away?
Yeah, because you measure it.
You know how parallax works?
Yeah, it's built upon a whole bunch of like relative assumptions. So
before we go there, I just had one more as a two-part question really was, does the globe predict the positions of the sun as you saw?
Yeah. But like, if you even just try to, in good faith, entertain the other side, which is saying that even like this idea of like an ice ring or whatever, right? Because like you have multiple options. You have the option that like there is a continent akin to the layout that we've seen with Antarctica. I do not think that though. I actually don't. You could have that on a flat Earth. And you could go in a circle around it and you could go over top of it. And depending on how you're navigating, right? If you've seen like a dual pole model, for example, it has some other issues though. But I actually just don't think that, right? But my reasoning for that is more just like circumstantial. It's like, is that why all the pictures of it are fake and cartoons? And like, if you look up satellite images of Antarctica, they're like all cartoons and the list goes on, right? And it is for sure. If you look into the history of like America going there after the Nazis did, and then like we immediately signed the Antarctic Treaty. We found NASA. You have like the CIA, the NSA, all found it at the same time around that like decade mark. It's super sketchy. We build like a base there, all this stuff, and we don't let anybody go there. And then at the same time, we don't let anybody go to the north. And it's just kind of weird, right? And those are both still intact. My point is like we went to where we were allowed to go, and like, I talked to the girl that was like in charge of the going to Antarctica. Right, basically they're one of like 3, I think she said, like major companies that take people to Antarctica. She said, yeah, in theory you can do whatever you want to here, right? Like you just submit your plan, but it's going to cost millions of dollars. And then when it came down to it, what they do is they put together a plan because they want to get the money, right, from the individual, the private citizen. And then they're going to go to the like authorities above them, right, and ask for permission. And they're going to tell them where they're allowed to go, all that, right? So my point is like, you're going where you're allowed to go. So I can't even imagine them letting people like privately go to an area in Antarctica and then what you observe wouldn't match what's supposed to be there. Like, of course it would. That's why the whole time I was saying either we're not actually going to go or it's going to be cloudy or something, right? Or we're going to for sure just see a 24-hour sun. So I wasn't particularly surprised. When we actually got on the plane and we flew over Antarctica and then it was clear. Like I didn't have to sit there and watch it do a full circle. Like I knew, like, okay, it's going to do it. So anyway.
I remember your face when you were looking at the sun or the twilight south of you in Punta Arenas. Like you knew that.
Yeah, that part was crazy. That part was actually crazier for me than but probably because of the progression of how it happened, right? Because I saw that before I ended up going to the sun. But like, yeah, it was pretty crazy because it was like dark, and then over there you could tell, like just over there in that direction, it wasn't dark. And yeah, it was pretty wild looking. But anyway, but this is my point, man, right? Like to me, it would be insane to throw out all the other stuff, right? Like physical empirical measurements of the surface and stuff like that. And like what I would have thought if people were going to jump over to the globe, I thought at the least people would be doing stuff like, okay, well, maybe it is a ball, but it's way bigger, or trying to figure something out like that. They just like all of a sudden swallowed whole all of the fallacies, right? Like all the reification fallacies, all of the begging the questions and affirming the consequence. Started saying those as though they were logical proofs. And like, look, everybody can have their own opinion, man. But to me, like logic reigns supreme, bro. Okay. Like logic it literally is like the prerequisite to being able to have this conversation. It's literally the only way you can comprehend anything. It's the only way you can figure out any truth. If you can't put together some type of like logically coherent reasoning to why you hold a belief or a position or an idea or whatever, then it means nothing to me. I don't want to hear what people believe and just like assume, because we could say things endlessly about that. We could actually, well, it's a simulation that was put here by archons that built it 5,000 years ago. And it's actually just a giant holographic quantum projection where each individual is actually seeing what they believe it to be. And in fact, material itself isn't fundamentally real. And we're effectively in the matrix and we're all thinking that we're seeing what we think we're seeing, but really there's nothing there. Like, I mean, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has to make like some type of lot. Like if I say, like the physical necessitation of a globe Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles is a curvature rate that is this, and the ground's going to curve at this rate, right? And then physical empirical measurements of the surface falsify that rate of curvature. Like that's like a logically sound piece of physically verifiable evidence. And I'm just saying, if the Earth's a globe, I'm going to see this, I see this, therefore Earth's a globe. It's just a textbook affirming the consequent. It's like if I'm almost done. Like I always use this example. Like if Sasquatch delivers the mail, then on Fridays, then I'm going to have mail in my mailbox on Friday. And then when I go check the mailbox and there's mail there, I'm like, there you go, proof Sasquatch is real and he delivers mail. It's the assumption that that's the only explanation for the phenomenon, and that's insane. So,
do you think?
Look,
go ahead. Include.
Well, I was ranting. I mean, long story short, look, I'll be very, very intellectually honest here, right? Like, I absolutely understand why people were like, oh my God, some people freaked out and thought that we must be lying. I understand why some people flipped. I understand why it's like a huge deal. I don't agree with the flat earthers who tried to suddenly act like it wasn't a big deal at all. I mean, I've been in flat earth since 2015. It was a huge part of the entire conversation. There was like insufficient evidence for the 24-hour sun in the South. It is like a huge part of it. It's a huge divergence in the two quote unquote models, all of that. I understand it. I disavowed the Gleason model long before that. There are way more problems even just with the sun and the Gleason model before you even get to 24-hour sun, right? Like you should have known that it could not have been the Gleason flat earth model with a physical sun without it changing to an apparent position relative to the observer long before we went to Antarctica, bro. Like it goes in a different direction in the South.
This is what I don't get though. Is like you were setting up the correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. We're setting up the geocentric globe Earth argument. We're sort of realigning your channel.
Oh well, no. So No. Because if you actually look at it, like you can look at my channel 3 years ago, I was doing the same thing, right? I have a stream called Geocentrism where I go all through it. I don't say one thing about flat Earth, and that was like probably 5 years ago now, 4 years ago. Like this is my position, right? Like, well, with all that, this is the reason I break them up. Go ahead.
Just real quickly, like if that wasn't what you were angling for, do you mind telling us why? Because it was a sort of abrupt change. Like, what were you doing?
Well, I told a lot of people why.
And
yeah, well, I told a lot of people why, and I told people why earlier too, because like every time I talk to someone, they want to jump straight to flat Earth, and in my opinion, it should actually go in a specific order, and that order should go motion and then curvature, right? Because ideologically, the most significant truth is that we're not moving, because what that means that means that the Earth's in the center of the universe, right? So like that is such a major part of it. That is actually why I decided to start making content about the whole subject in the first place, because it's like fundamentally changes everything. It shows that this place is a creation. It shows, therefore, obviously us having domain over this place, we are extremely special. The Earth is extremely special. All of that. It has major spiritual and philosophical implications, right? So like I can never have a conversation with people if we're trying to do both at the same time, because what happens is they start to get debunked with motion and they just panic and start bringing up flat Earth arguments every single time without fail. There's no exception. And it's like if I just destroy their claim that we're spinning, they start asking me questions about, well, how do you explain 24-hour sun, or how do you do it? It's like separating them is fruitful, because if someone can't even acknowledge that there's at the least it's equally viable that we're not moving, there's a 0% chance, right, that
No, we can measure the movement.
Conversation about flat Earth. It's literally impossible.
Bro, we can measure the movement. In your citation that you use as
no, there's no absolute frame. Can't do that.
In your citation that you used to say that we're not moving, which is the Michelson-Morley, the first 2 sentences debunk the claim. You don't even have to read the paper. You read. You have to read the first.
I bet you still haven't read the paper.
You have to read the first 2 sentences. The discovery of the aberration of light was soon followed by an explanation according to the emissions theory.
That's an all or nothing.
And the velocity is attributed to a component of Earth's orbit around the sun.
If Einstein believes in an
ether, turn down your
ether,
microphone, Max, please.
you read everything. You
I'm
read
sorry?
everything.
Hold on, someone spoke to me.
Well, please turn down your microphone.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, I'm sorry.
I just want to say,
if Einstein believes in
that better?
the ether, do we not believe in the ether because Einstein believes in it? So it's like an all or nothing fallacy. Like everything this person says, you have to believe or something. Y'all don't even do that in your own model. Or
can I say just one thing to Witsit? Just one thing, because you mentioned that the I guess core reason for geocentrism is you feel that means the Earth is significant. Interestingly enough, the fact that the Earth is one of billions upon billions of planets, to me, makes me feel that the Earth is significant. So,
I mean, like, so just like correct what you're saying, like, I think it means it as though it isn't significant. The implication being that I think it isn't significant if it is moving. If the mainstream model is true, it still absolutely had to be created, right? I mean, you have like insane fine-tuning issues. Like you still have to, there had to be a pre-existing energy, but let's not talk about that part, even with the Big Bang, which was literally put forth by a Catholic priest, right? Like I'm not saying that, but the point is though, obviously to the simple mind, a lot of people think, well, if the universe is that big and the Earth is that tiny and that insignificant, and we're just in an insignificant corner tucked away, and we're flying through everything, then they think that this is a logical argument. If it's that big, the odds are eventually you would get something like the Earth. And then they don't go any further than that. And then they just go forward with the belief that, everything's random happenstance, and they fall down into materialism, atheism, all that. My point with that is though, like, it's not about, it really doesn't matter. It's like whatever the truth is matters. So my point is, if the truth is that the Earth is not moving, then that matters. And if that's the truth, then it has significant implications, right? Like it is undeniably special. You may say to you that it's special insignificant, even if it's moving. But undeniably, right, it was placed there if it's in the center of the whole universe. Like it's like pretty undeniable. Like anyone in good faith
That's a big
acknowledges.
if.
So,
We're
so
not
hold
in
on.
the
I just
center
want
of
to
the
say,
solar system.
Taylor Witsit, I would love to have a I don't want to hijack this conversation. Taylor Witsit, I would love to have a conversation with either of you, both of you, about the intersection between science and faith, because that is what brought me to the flat Earth table. So anyway, sorry, keep going.
Yeah, man, we'll set up something.
Good to see you, Professor Perks.
Witsit's right, though. Coming as a freshman flat earther, most normies need to come at it from motion and curvature at first before they can wrap their minds around the other things. So it's the right order. He's correct.
Well, because like this is the thing, right? When you ask a flat earther, like, why is flat Earth important? Like, why does it matter? Right? Like, most people are going to tell you, well, obviously, truth always matters. That means we're being lied to on a grand scale. Maybe they're hiding land, stuff like that. But it's like significantly important if the Earth is literally like the fundamental creation, the basement of the whole thing, and then everything is just above us and put there for us, and everything is moving central to us. Well, you get that same fundamental point before you even get to curvature, right? Like if the Earth is in the center of the universe, everything is moving around it. That is insane, right? Like that means that basically we were given the most mind-blowing, intricate light show imaginable, right? And it's just completely beautiful all around us and almost impossible to even grasp and conceive. And that it was all created as like a light show for you, for the Earth, and it moves around it. I mean, that's like insane, man. That's so undeniable that the Earth is significantly important, the most important thing, the center of the whole story, right? And that's kind of my point. Like the next step, it does have other major implications, like are they hiding more land? And it goes on and on and on. But the biggest thing, in my opinion, is the shift from being in the center and being special and uniquely positioned or not.
Yeah, we're not. It's very simple.
Okay.
Yeah, we
well,
are.
It's something that you normies.
The mainstream position is that like you can't know for sure, right? Like the mainstream position, relativistic position, is that it would be exactly the same if we were, right? Like that we would see everything the same, and that you actually can't do any test or measurement while on the Earth to know for sure whether or not the Earth is the center of the universe or is moving and is not. That's the
You're
official.
latching on to like 150-year-old quote when now, number one, we can't leave the Earth, and number two, we have developed technologies that go way beyond what even Einstein, when he said that quote, could even imagine.
You don't leave the Earth. You
Leaving the
stay
Earth wouldn't
still,
even
and the
change
Earth
anything.
leaves you.
Leaving the Earth wouldn't change anything, right? Like according to the mainstream, you'd have to get outside of the Milky Way galaxy before you could even tell the difference as to whether or not the Earth was in the center of the universe, right? Like that's totally irrelevant. Even if I, for intents and purposes, yielded this idea that you're leaving the Earth and going past low Earth orbit and have all these satellites or doing a little loop around the moon, none of that even changes my point at all, according to your own model.
Can I ask a more basic question? I think maybe this is the right direction, but Witsit? You did mention, I caught it earlier. You said that there are like alternatives or whatever, or something to that effect about the Glob model and the fact that they are somewhat supported by.
You're breaking up again, I see.
Okay,
yeah.
Hold on. Give me a sec.
No worries, man.
All right, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, cool. And you were saying that there's alternatives to the Glob model and the effect that the 24-hour sun showed. Is it like a new perspective model, like a dual pole model, or like what are you actually taking seriously?
Well, I do think that one's interesting. The reason that's interesting for me from the beginning is just that everything's electric. I think that magnetism is the secret that unlocks the whole universe, right? I think that that is the one true field of force. And like when I just look at an electric field and you have that exact manifestation, you have the two poles with the counter rotations, it's like that's very interesting on its face. right? That's just like a fundamental staple of all of existence. And if you zoomed out and considered the idea that that's the way that the earth works, it's very interesting. There are other issues with it for sure, right? But this is why I've always made a point to like kind of separate these two things where it's like, okay, having like a model, it'll never be a completed project. Like trying to develop a model is similar to how a lot of like the scientism proponents like talk about how you'll never know anything for sure. Like what they're saying isn't completely wrong. Like the truth to that, right? That science doesn't prove anything and all that. Science is like a never ending pursuit of figuring out the truth and discovering something or whatever. Like that's true. Right. And a model is the same thing, man. Like you're never going to finish a model. A model's never going to be perfect. To claim it is perfect, it requires you just to reify it, right? It's like that's a totally separate pursuit than figuring out, hey, is this thing that we were told the earth is actually what the earth is? Or is it stationary, planar, whatever? These are just two separate things. So like I do consider that one interesting. But if someone's going to jump off right now and be like, well, what about this and this and this? I'm not going to like probably know how to defend every possible
Check out your
discrepancy with that
DMs.
model.
Check your DMs. Do a video. It's like a GIF.
Yeah, the thing that struck me that was sort of weird about New Perspectives is the fact that the sun does things that we actually can't see in reality. And what I mean by that is like it sort of crosses, it's like a figure 8 that's on track 1 for 6 months, and then it just suddenly crosses to track 2.
Like the analemma. The analemma is a figure 8 too.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Taylor, is that it sort of follows a circuit for 6 months, and then it sort of crosses.
Dude, why does the analemma do that though? For real?
Because the Earth is tilted.
Yeah. That's a separate argument. We can get there later. But what I didn't understand, like the 6 month, like kind of crossover and it doing the opposite. Like
it's funny because the Bible mentions the circuit of the sun. And also, I was reading. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Hold on. An ancient Greek philosopher, like 50 BC, who was a flat earther, and he talks about like the quarters of heaven, and there's some very, very interesting things that were mentioned. He was a flat earther, and he talked about the 24-hour sun. I'm still trying to piece together like and model out kind of per se what he was describing with the quarters of the firmament. But either way, like God divided over the earth the light and the dark before even like setting the sun and moon to rule over them. So there's a boundary line between what's day and nighttime. So there's designated spots that are going to see daytime and nighttime based on the seasons that God already put in place, like a boundary line for day and night. And I don't know. I think this would even apply if you're a Glober who believes in the Bible, because you would. It's interesting how just a 23-degree tilt makes complete darkness at the poles. Like there's a 93 million mile away huge, sun source of light, and then there's a ball 93 million miles away. It's just tilted like 23 degrees, and that makes complete darkness at the pole. Like that's pretty interesting. You think that you need a boundary line anyway for night and dark.
Can I ask you a quick question? Do you agree? Do you agree or disagree that the globe explains the seasons and the way that the sun works throughout the
Your audio is cutting out pretty weird.
Is it?
I think tilt, like a small tilt, like explaining the seasons doesn't really make sense to me, because I would think that whatever like say the North Pole's facing closer to the sun, and it's summertime, I would think it would get way hotter than it actually gets. So no, I don't think that the globe model explains the seasons.
You know that nah is not an argument, right?
I wasn't saying nah. I mean, if they're getting 24 hours of sunlight and the sun is what makes the warmth in your model,
yeah, but it's the angle
why wouldn't it be super hot? Like that's just
because
something.
it's the angle of incidence.
Yeah,
the angle of incidence of the rays on the pole.
Well, can you model that out?
Of course.
Okay, where can I reference that?
Just do a quick Google search. You can probably see it.
No, like with the numbers and the physics behind it. Like, 'Cause I just don't think the math is mathing.
I mean, essentially, you're talking about trying to figure out what the climate of Antarctica is, which is a far more complicated request, because not only do you have to worry about the amount of indirect energy that you get at the surface, but you also have to deal with the reflectance of the albedo of the ice, and then weather patterns, winds, that sort of thing. So it's a far more complex topic than I think you realize.
Yeah, I know. And actually, like, so there is a very interesting weather phenomena with the North Pole versus the South Pole. Like the North and South Pole, the South Pole is very much, it's much colder. And they say it's because like the majority of it is on ice and stuff like that. But the thing is, the South Pole has something interesting where it's like radiating cool air from the surface at all times of the year. Okay. And there's similar climates that are always covered in ice in the North. They do not have that effect where it's like radiative cooling, where literally the ground is radiating cold air at all times of the year. Nowhere in Russia, nowhere in Alaska, nowhere does that except for the South Pole. It's very, very interesting. And so its warmest days in the summer on average are still colder than the coldest days on average in the North. Or I have the numbers for it. It's just much colder.
Just real quick, you cannot radiate cold air. Just so you know,
on the surface,
colder air. You cannot radiate colder air. Like the way that you phrased that,
radiative cooling.
The way that you phrased that was weird.
Yeah, I think it's called radiative cooling, where there's literally cold air coming from the surface at all times of the year. Nowhere else on Earth does that.
So cold air cannot be radiated. This is why the moon shedding cold light doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, let me give you the definition.
Now, I'm familiar with radiative cooling. It's essentially the cooling of a surface where the energy is released through radiation.
Okay, so radiative cooling, which a body loses heat through thermal radiation.
Yeah.
Planck's law. Okay, so you think they should change this definition?
No, that definition. I'm very familiar with Planck's law. That you don't get cold air from that. It doesn't radiate cold.
Are you familiar with the surface of Antarctica giving off cold air year round?
To me, I think the issue is your phrasing of giving off cold air. If is the air over Antarctica colder, then yeah, that I can buy. But it producing cold air is physically impossible.
Okay, so it says radiative cooling over the elevated ice sheets produces extremely cold air, often below negative 50 degrees Celsius. So they do say that radiative cooling happens in Antarctica.
I didn't say it didn't. This, I think, is turning into a semantic argument. I apologize.
Well, did I say anything incorrect?
I think that I misinterpreted what you said.
Okay, I can give you a source for it.
No, you didn't misinterpret it. She just doesn't understand the second law of thermodynamics, apparently.
They say radiative cooling happens in Antarctica. You should.
Taylor, I am very, very well acquainted with Planck's law and radiative cooling. It is of primary importance to how stars function.
Okay, so this, literally, I can give you scientific peer-reviewed sources about radiative cooling happening in Antarctica. If you just don't like the term, I wouldn't complain to me about that because I'm just reading it from other sources.
What I'm saying is radiative cooling cannot take air that is above it and make it colder.
Okay, so the surface is giving off cold air. Is there a way that I should have phrased it?
Again, that doesn't make any sense. Radiative cooling does not actually give off cool radiation. It cools the surface. That's why it's called radiative cooling. But it doesn't produce.
Would you like to contact the publisher? I mean, she's just reading a book right now.
I mean, again, this might be a semantic argument. I mean, yeah, Taylor, if you want to pass me that citation, I'll be happy to look at it.
Okay.
Posting
Anyway,
in
there's
general
very
is
interesting. There's just interesting things happening. Just like if it was a globe where it's like the North and South Pole are supposed to be like having equal amounts of sunlight, like you would think they would have equal weather conditions.
Yeah, except that
But they
one
have
is an
very,
ocean.
very different weather.
Yeah,
It's
one
very
is an
interesting.
ocean, and the other is a continent. One is at sea
Okay.
level, and the other is at 9,000 feet high.
Okay, so I want you to understand, I did look into that. So actually, the ice shelf that's on Antarctica, the majority of that ice isn't even over land. So the land that's there is below
Again, the
the
South Pole is
surface.
a continent, and the
Okay,
South
so
Pole itself is 9,000 feet high.
okay, you know that there's
North Pole is at sea level and is it's ice on an
Gotcha.
ocean. You understand the difference,
Okay,
like an ocean surrounded by land versus land surrounded by an ocean?
okay, so there's also land near the North Pole in the
No,
same distance.
there's
Let
not.
me finish. There's land in similar distances from the North Pole as there is in Antarctica, whereas
Incorrect.
those lands do it's like in like Longyearbyen, like it's pretty close to the North Pole. Okay, so these lands are not always covered in ice, whereas lands in the Antarctica that are at that distance away from the South Pole are always covered in ice. And a lot of the Arctic shelf, the Antarctic shelf, is not over land. Did you know that the Antarctic shelf, like they have some portions of it where they have land below sea level, but a lot of it is just an ice sheet over ocean. So it doesn't make sense. Like, why aren't there similar conditions in the north?
They're fundamentally different. Just based on altitude, that would make it different.
Look, I'm just going to ask the larger room right now. Just if someone's talking, just wait your turn, please. NASA.
Again, well, what? She's just let her go off and ramble and lie, because when you got a continent,
Look, I can take you out. You just keep talking liars.
Well, no,
She's
she's lying. She's lying. Either that or she's extremely malinformed, one or the other. The difference, the Longboard Yarn is in a small island in the middle of an ocean. The North Pole itself, the whole Arctic Ocean is there. Longboard Yarn is like almost, 66 or 65 degrees north? It's a long ways away from the pole. To compare Longboard Yarn to the South Pole is crazy at best.
Okay, so you actually don't know whether she's lying or not, NASA? I mean,
she's not lying. She's extremely malinformed.
Well, I mean, but you opted to choose one of those terms.
Yeah.
You went for the latter, just to malign the person, right? Yeah, cool.
Risky. Funny you should say that, right? Because you were just lying about me.
Oh, your voice is horrible. Move on.
Thanks.
What is it with people and voices? There's no control you can have over your voice. You just get what you get, and that's it.
So do you listen to good music, Max, or do you listen to shit music?
Yeah,
I make good music.
People tune their voice.
Well, what is that double standard? Just curious. I would like to not cross it.
Well, basically, flat earthers can say whatever they want and don't have to give any facts at all, and can insult people left and right. But if Glober does it, then everyone has a shit fit.
That didn't happen.
Yeah, wrong server.
Keep check on whoever you want, man.
That's bait. That is.
What do you mean? It just freaking happened. It just freaking happened. I'm more.
You call people liars, and then you don't even know if they're liars.
I saw the bait dangling in front of me. I'm like, nah.
So yeah, I mean, anyway, the point was just like that. The strongest, like basically the stillman of their whole belief is like, yeah, I mean, we don't have any evidence. It's impossible to prove it, and yeah, it looks exactly like it would if the Earth was in the center of the universe. And yes, the idea that the Earth is in the center of the universe was consistently proven correct. So much so that we had to update our belief that it wasn't in the center of the universe to keep incorporating the geocentric position's claims.
That is not the steel man of the heliocentric or cosmological model.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
The expansion of the universe has
Yeah,
nothing to do with the solar system.
So Einstein was wrong?
The expansion of the universe has nothing to do with the solar system.
Was Einstein wrong?
Einstein was not a cosmologist.
No, but like when Einstein said that there's nothing you can do on the Earth, right? No terrestrial experiment that can verify that we are moving. Was he wrong?
I think it was no optical.
No, that's two different quotes, man.
Oh, I see.
So the steelman of the cosmological model is that there is no center to the universe. You can choose any point with equal validity as your reference point, as your zero in your coordinate system. But the steelman of the lambda cold dark matter cosmological model is that there is no center.
Well, that's a separate point, right? Like
it is not.
It is. It's a separate.
I'm going
point,
to push
right?
back on when you say that. When you talk about the steel manning the cosmological model, and you don't do it correctly, I'm going to.
You don't. Okay, let me clarify for you here. We're still manning about a specific point. Okay, you're coming in making a different point, right? Like we're still manning your model's position as it pertains to the distinction or determining which one is true, right? As it pertains to, is the Earth the center or not? Is the Earth moving or not? Okay, like, yes, you guys say there's no center. I know you guys live in a relativistic, like, clown world.
It's dumb.
But
Give me a model with no center. Give me a model with no center or stop being an idiot.
I'll try, but that it has nothing to do with relativity as to why there is no center to the universe.
Wait, no, brother, where are we separating
that is a cosmological point.
Like, check it out.
Do you know what the prerequisite is to know the center of something?
Chill, brother. First of all, it's also stupid to claim there's no center if there was a Big Bang and it started with a singularity and then it spread out from there equally in all directions. It's stupid, but it's not really the point, right? Because my point is, do you agree that if the Earth is not moving, then it would have to be in the center of the
Nope.
To avoid the pedantic nonsense, the observable universe?
Nope.
Okay, so then you don't even understand your own belief, and this is kind of what I'm.
Oh, that's adorable,
brother.
What is the prerequisite to know the center of something?
I said the observable.
Yeah, how could you say no to that?
Can you answer the question though?
I said the observable universe.
To know what is the prerequisite to know the center of something?
Well, you would be able to look out equally in all directions and see that everything moving around. Buddy, are you saying that if the Earth is stationary, that it's not in the center of the observable universe?
It doesn't follow. You could have it be somewhere else. What I'm trying to show you is that in order to know the center of something, you have to know its absolute dimensions. Otherwise, you can't figure out the center.
That's why I said observable. Right. So if we assume the dimensions were the observable universe, okay, the Earth would be in the center, because I knew that I literally preemptively addressed that pedantic argument.
And he still has a logical model.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? We look up and we see the sky spin, we see annual precession, and it's a cycle that repeats. Okay, the current model claims that we are tilted and we're wobbling. We have a few different wobbles, and that we're rotating and that we're revolving around the sun, and that system is shooting through the galaxy, which is shooting through the space, right? And that all of the motion that we perceive in the sky, it's basically an illusion. Like, it's our motion causing it to look like the sky is moving. And there are some like other independent motion here and there or whatever, but that's like the primary sources of the primary motions, right? Is the Earth moving.
God, it's a good thing
we all agree with that.
Figured this out. God, it's a good thing Leon Foucault figured this out 140 years ago.
Do we all agree with that though? Like that, what you guys believe is that all this motion that we're seeing in the sky is kind of an illusion, because actually it's just us moving, making it look like that. Just like the trees look like they're moving when we drive down the interstate.
Yeah, but the problem is that we have retrograde motion, right?
Wait, time out. Wait, but just one step at a time. No, that's not a problem, but that's not the point. Like, okay, so then it's literally required that you would then acknowledge, okay, if we aren't moving, then everything is moving around us, right?
If.
Do we agree?
He said if. He's asking you if you agree of a conceivable idea. Can you put what you think to the side, and would that be the case if the circumstances were the case?
Well, then obviously, yeah.
Correctly. Once upon a time,
like let's drive down
if you're gonna play hypothetical games, let's start off with once upon a time in a galaxy far, far away.
So once upon a time, we were driving down the interstate, and we looked out the window. We looked out the window and we saw the tree line, right? And the trees looked like they were moving. Okay. And so option one is that we were moving in our car and it just made it look like the trees were moving. Option two is that we were sitting still and the trees were moving. I don't need some weirdo pedantic, like, oh, we can actually feel the difference in acceleration in the car and all stuff.
Like obviously,
Can we measure the motion of the car?
Wait a second. Can you? Can I say a quick thing? Can I say a quick thing? I got muted from mine. Look, logically, can we not agree? Just because you can't measure the center doesn't mean that you wouldn't say there would be a center of whatever the dimensions would end up being.
Yes, but does everyone?
I'll walk down with you. Yeah. Obviously, if we're not moving, then yeah, things are going around us. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So this is the thing, right? This is the actual history of progression of how the current model was developed, right? We developed these giant telescopes. So you go way back in the day, we had telescopes, huge discovery, started seeing way further. And then we ended up building these huge telescopes and having observatories. And all of a sudden we saw stuff we didn't even previously see or know existed for sure, right? Like this is the early 20th century. And we start to see galaxies and how they move and how they form and what they do and all this stuff, right? And up until that point, the idea being that the Earth was moving around the sun, and we were expecting to see, when we finally were able to see way out further, what we would have logically seen, right, is because the Earth is so insignificant and doesn't have a special or unique position, we expected to see things moving chaotically in all directions everywhere. Right? Because why would it not? The Earth is just insignificant over there in this tiny little corner. So we were like, well, yeah, we just can't see outside of our tiny little corner yet. So once we developed the technology to see outside of our tiny little corner, we should have saw stuff moving in every direction all over the place. Right?
What did you use to make the prediction that we should see everything like chaotic?
Well, it's just like common sense.
Well, man, I thought about you
let him get there.
yesterday.
Yeah, let him get. Go ahead, Witsit. Finish your statement. I'd like to hear the
it's just like common sense, right? Because like if we're moving around the sun, we're in our little localized system. Things look like they're moving relative to us inside our little localized system. Once you get outside of that system in the grand scheme of things is insignificant, right? There's just stuff everywhere, moving everywhere. But then it's still, what we discovered is that it looked like we were in the center and everything was moving in relation to us. That was unexpected at the time. This is what Hubble talks about in his work. This was the whole entire thing that Hubble was discussing, right? It was unexpected, which is why we then end up getting into, redshift, theories about it. Is it recessional velocity? What exactly is going on? To try to explain why we saw like redshift in all directions that made it look like we were in the center, even though the belief was that we were not in the center. We then had to come up with a model to explain why there's an illusion that makes it appear like we're in the center, even though we're not.
Whoa. What's it? I would like people to look into the great debate between Harlow Shapley and Hebert Curtis. One part of that debate was where the Earth is in relation to the universe. And according to Shapley, it was not the center of the universe. So, Witsit, I urge you to actually look into the history of cosmological thought.
But that's not really going to change what I just said, right? I mean,
the funny thing is that Uruguay has a lot of grass plains. And I've been in the middle of the countryside where you just see grass. And wherever you looked, it looked like you're in the middle. So it's not that really that big of a deal.
That isn't the point, man. Everyone expected. Did you guys not know this? When it was unexpected at the time and it looked like the Earth was in the center, everyone had to take a step back. Okay, and then we had to come up with you guys need to come up with a theory as to update your current idea as to why it appeared the Earth was in the center, even though it actually wasn't. So just being objective, right? The observation is that the Earth appears to be in the center of the universe. These distant galaxies are moving in relation to the Earth when it should have no relevance to the Earth. And why is that happening? Option A, wait, time out, listen, man. Option A is the Earth appears to be in the center of the universe. because actually all motion is relative and the universe is accelerating and expanding out away from us in all directions. Option and just creating the illusion that makes it appear as though the Earth is in the center of the universe. Option B, which really should be A, is it appears that the Earth is in the center of the universe because it is in the center of the universe. So, up until that observation, the geocentric idea would have said when we actually get these giant telescopes and can look out way further, what we're going to see is that actually everything moves in relation to us, even these distant galaxies, and it's going to be all moving with us in the center, and we're going to look like we're in the center. So, the geocentric model's prediction was correct. The heliocentric model's prediction was not correct. And it had to be updated to incorporate the observational prediction of the geocentric model, like just objectively.
Can I ask a question soon? A quick one.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Earth is at the center of the universe or at the bottom of the universe?
Well, the center, because I think there is some,
okay,
I said center, even if flat, something could just be below it.
Okay, so there's galaxies and stars and shit under the Earth. True.
No, I didn't say that. What would the top and bottom have to be completely symmetrical in terms of composition for the Earth to be in the center?
No. How do you know that it's in the center if you can't see what's under the Earth?
Well, you're asking me a speculative question, obviously, right? I was just explaining now that you had a false dichotomy. You presented a false dichotomy. That's what you did.
You've been asking speculative questions the entire time, Witsit. How come we can't?
I was explaining that he thought it was like, oh, well, the globe can be in the center of the universe, but if it's flat Earth, it's actually the basement, and the stuff's moving above us, and that's the basement, and not. That's why I said, the basement of the observable universe or the center of the. But the point is, like, even if everything that we see in the sky actually is moving above us, there still could be as above, so below, like the other side of a torus field that could be underneath us.
What do you believe?
I don't. Well, it's just literally a speculation and a belief, right? Because I can't go below us, which is funny. Which is funny because all of a sudden the Globers understand that concept. All of a sudden the Globers demand that we know exactly what it is, and we must not speculate at all. And if we can't go there,
I asked about what you believe.
Well, I'm going to answer it, but I'm just explaining. It's funny, right? It's just funny how all of a sudden you guys understand that concept. But yeah, in speculation station over here as to what I believe there is absolutely something below us, and I believe that it probably is as above, so below in terms of like any type of proportionality. And yeah, what I actually believe is that like hell is below us. Okay. I believe that there's probably even like just like the center of a magnetic field. It's in this that maybe in the center of this realm, and there's a portal that goes to like literally a bottomless pit.
Have you come up
with deny the geocentric observations? You deny because we can't see all around the Earth because the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah. I'm not denying observation. I'm just saying like we wouldn't be able to see beneath us. Yeah.
Have you come up with a model yet to explain why you
let him walk it?
24-hour sun in Antarctica or not?
Dude, we already covered that.
Any day now. Someone will.
Did you have a subsequent question, Molman?
Is that yes or no?
I think there's too many people. It's okay.
Go ahead, NASA.
I ask a simple yes or no question. Have you come up with the model to explain your observation of the 24-hour sun?
No, I don't come up with models, but I just addressed that whole entire idea and explained that. But this is what's funny, right? Remember when I made the point that every time it starts to get into the motion discussion, people start to just like immediately, impulsively start bringing up flat Earth questions. And it happens every single time. So when the guy asked me earlier, why did I start to make that? Obviously, I heard people like MC Toon, all these people claiming that, well, I knew my grift was almost up, so I had to prepare for my new grift, which was going to be geocentric globe Earth and all this nonsense.
Toon doesn't think you're a grifter, by the way, just so you know.
Well, I'm just explaining that's what he was saying at the time. And I didn't like, that wasn't it at all, obviously, right? Like if you look back 4 years ago, I had Relatively Speaking, and then I had Schooling the Globers. I separated the shows because they're two separate topics. And I've had the same position for a long time, which is if someone can't have an honest conversation about the motion conversation or the position, like is the Earth, the fundamental question of does the Earth have a special and unique position? If we can't have an honest back and forth about that, if we can't look through the evidence, if people that believe in the mainstream model can't concede that like all of the quote unquote authorities within their own position that created their own belief that they're appealing to readily acknowledge, right, that it could certainly be in the center. it would be foolish of me to think I'm going to have any type of good faith conversation with someone about flat Earth, right? And even if someone's genuinely just looking into the topic and trying to figure out what's going on, they should start there anyway, because that's the actual biggest red pill. The fact that that stuff about space travel isn't adding up. There's stuff that shows that they're being deceptive, that they're faking things, etc. And that this whole entire belief that we know for a fact, that the Earth is moving around the sun, the sun's moving through the galaxy, all this stuff, that's actually just fundamentally untrue. It's a lie that has been told to the public, and everyone should be able to agree on that. That it's a total misrepresentation.
You are the one lying here, because as I told you, the citation that you use to claim that we're not moving debunks your position in the first 2 sentences of the paper.
No, it doesn't. It literally,
yes.
It brings up aberration and the assumption that the motion of the Earth, that the orbital velocity of Earth is the explanation for aberration. That isn't debunking anything, right? The reason that test is invoked is the actual measurements. It's the actual physical evidence, not the preface of the paper of the authors that acted out the test and said, by the way, a lot of people assume the Earth is moving, and that's what explains this totally unrelated observation. I mean, and what's funny is, do you know why that's in the paper?
Yeah, because it's true.
But why? What's the relevance and context of the test?
Because that's what they were measuring for the motion of the Earth through the ether.
Why would they just randomly bring up aberration?
Because it's the evidence that supports that the Earth is moving.
That isn't in any way why it's in there. So you don't actually know. You don't know.
That's my point. Tell me why then.
Have you ever even read it? It's not very long at all.
I quoted the first sentences from memory.
You know, the paper's not long at all, right? I mean, like, you should be able to read.
Yeah. I quoted it.
Okay, cool. So this is why, because it was invoking the idea of like how you have to take the velocity of water, for example, when light interacts with water. So take the C plus V, right, in relation to the motion of the water to know like the total like outcome of the speed or whatever. Because the motion of the medium is relevant when it comes to the total speed of, say, the propagation of light. And they were taking that fact that had been discovered and established long before, and they're also building off of this Airy's failure idea, the test that had been done before with the telescope in the water and the idea of the Earth's moving and all this, right? The fact that if there was an ether acting as a medium, then light would be interacting within that, and therefore motion within that medium is going to be directly relative, or the total velocity of the light is going to be directly relative to the motion of that Earth through that medium. That's the reason that they brought that up in the beginning. And whatever, that doesn't mean, like, just like when Einstein says, when Einstein says that there's no terrestrial experiment ever that can be done that can prove the Earth is moving, but we accept like aberration and parallax as evidence that the Earth is moving. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't change the fact that he admitted you can't actually test
what's the
it.
final part of that quote?
Which one?
The one
you're wanting me to say, you're wanting me. No, I
Einstein?
didn't cite it. First of all, I didn't cite that quote right now. Just because you guys are such broken records, I know what you're talking about and trying to say, which is the
What's
you're talking about.
Final part of that quote? Answer.
That's a different. That's a different quote. There's two quotes. There's two quotes. One says that no terrestrial experiment. That is not the quote that you think you got some gotcha here, which is the optical experiment quote. That is a different quote. I didn't even bring that one up at all. And the end of that quote doesn't in any way debunk the point. Whenever he says like that, I've come to the conclusion that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, though the Earth revolves around the sun.
Moves around the sun. Yeah, you got it.
So he says, even though we can't actually detect it or test it or measure it, I still believe it. How is that okay, cool. You know what else he believed? That Jews were literally superior to all other people, and that Japanese people were equivalent to dogs, and that he was entitled to the sexual access of his first cousin, i.e. his wife's daughter, when she was a child. Okay, so do I care what Einstein's beliefs are, or are we invoking it for the point, which is that the actual tests themselves can't prove what you think is true?
No, the problem is that it's a 100-year-old quote, and we have so much more technology than he had. So it was true at the time, but we've moved so far beyond the scope of the validity of that quote that it's
okay. So the quote's wrong. So the quote is wrong. Okay.
Well, he was correct at the time, but he is wrong now that quote doesn't apply anymore.
Well, you have to understand that his quote was actually timeless the way that he worded it, which is that, yes, it was. He said, I've come to the conclusion that no optical experiment can detect this. So that means anyone that someone can come up with using light to measure motion. If you're saying that now that's wrong, can you please enlighten us? What technology has been developed since Einstein said that allows you to use optical experimentation to detect the motion of Earth?
Laser ring gyroscope.
The Foucault's pendulum isn't in any way an optical experiment.
Laser ring gyroscopes.
Good thing it wasn't. Good, but
ring laser gyroscopes don't detect the motion of Earth.
Oh yeah, they certainly do.
Oh, I get it. You don't get it. You don't get that when he's saying motion, it's specific to orbital motion, not rotation. Oh, I got you. So now is the quote is still true because that's all you got, I guess, is ring laser gyros.
Ring laser gyros. That's one.
No, that's totally irrelevant. That's totally irrelevant.
I mean, how do you even know that that's he specifically meant orbit and not motion in general?
Because that was what the whole entire paper was about.
No, your medium pushes light.
Literally, the entire paper is about that, bro. All right. Anyway, man, this is the thing, right? Who really cares what Einstein said? It's just fundamentally, even on a simple level, right? It's like all motion is relative. And so we can't prove for sure if it's us moving or the stuff around us moving. And
that was the question
we're on it.
that I wanted to circle back to before you get into another diatribe. The question is how do you said you would get to it and that retrograde wasn't a problem, right?
Oh,
and the fact that the globe can predict these retrograde orbits. And in fact, we have a model for it. So how do you explain that?
Well, you can literally just flip it around, and like the neotectonic model does it, right? Like if you look at the Newtonian Machian neotectonian model or analysis of planetary motion of bodies, it does the math right there. And it only does the math for Mars because it's well known that you can extrapolate that to all other bodies. Which is common practice. And I just say that because some people thought that was some gotcha or something. But yeah, just think about like the Earth's not moving and everything else moving relative to that. The neotectonic model would have like the sun moving around the Earth while the other planets move in relation to the sun as it all moves as a system around the Earth. That is not the only way that it can be explained either, though, right? I mean, obviously, if the background itself was moving, like imagine if the background moved and behind something, it could make that something look like it was moving backwards, right?
Why do reality simulator.
Why do we see Venus?
Show me your reality simulator
in crescent then.
Well, doesn't
with relativity.
With relativity,
it just doesn't work in reality. Like it kinematically, sure, right? But it breaks down physically.
No, this is a dynamic paper, so it's not just kinematic.
Why didn't that the Neo-Tychonian model have any kind of repercussion ever?
What? Repercussion?
Yeah, why does no one consider the Neo-Tychonian model nonsense as a thing?
No, so you're just appealing to consensus here? I mean,
it's science. That's what they do.
No, not that's what retarded people do, maybe, but no one considers
because there's no evidence for it other than that, right?
That's that's not even true. It's not even true that no one considers it a thing. I mean, literally, the guy wrote the paper, and the major reason here would be he then writes up a follow-up. He then writes up a follow-up paper more extensively showing the dynamic equivalence or even superiority of the neotectonic geocentric position. And then they refused to publish it despite being unable to show any errors in any of the claims or math.
How do you know that?
Because it's just a what? Because he has explained it and even sent the paper to people such as Robert Sungenis. What's so funny?
All of it. I love this, man. That's why you're.
Well, it's weird that you appeal to Sungenis though, because he's a Glober, right?
I'm not. Well, when did I appeal to him? I just explained that he
just now.
wait.
In a way, right? Like
I just explained that he got the paper. So, like, what was you guys? Did you guys lose the whole point? Right? He's asking like, why doesn't anyone believe in it? It was literally suppressed because of a bias, despite an inability to show any fundamental flaw with the dynamics, the physics, or the math. They just refused to publish it. That guy then sent the paper to multiple people, one of which were Robert Sungenis. I think I might have the paper. It might be saved on my external hard drive though. But I just got him looks like
Is this the one where Mercury and Venus orbit the sun, but the sun orbits the Earth?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's the neoticonic model, yeah.
How do you explain the crescents of Venus and Mercury then?
Well, go ahead, explain why it would somehow be a problem.
Well, because it would need to be interior to us to the sun in order for it to be a crescent. The sun, Mars, we don't see. Mars and the outer planets, we don't see in crescent because they're beyond our orbit.
Okay, but it would just be moving in between us and the sun, though.
But how would that work, though? If this Venus and Mars are orbiting the sun and the sun's orbiting us, at times, they
those planets will be closer to the sun, right? And then based on the sun's proximity to us, they would be interior in between the two, and then the other planets would be further away. Although their motions are moving relative to the sun, they would loop out around us.
Wow.
So this is what I've figured out, right? Like all the people that have so much to say about the neotectonics, like they haven't even wrapped their minds around what it is. By the way, I don't even claim it to be true. The point is that it's fundamentally untrue to claim that anything to do with the solar system or the motion of the bodies or anything that you observe in the sky is somehow exclusive evidence that we are actually moving around the sun. That isn't the case.
It is.
Actually isn't the case.
How does the sun stay the same size throughout the day?
Well, it doesn't.
Hard to explain on a flat Earth, right?
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. Like even in the globe Earth, it changes.
Right.
Not during the day.
Even in the globe Earth, it changes.
Well, hold on a second. That's fine. Yeah, I'm showing. Hold on a second. I'm
0.08 arc seconds or something like that.
Yeah, that's fine. Jump onto my live for a sec. 682 pixels at the moment. This was a video originally shown by Red's Rhetoric. I took his video. I found the best circle of every image in every single frame of his video. It's about a 5-minute video. I drew that circle.
This doesn't rebut what I'm saying. In the globe model, first of all, if you're claiming that this,
hold on a second.
You're claiming that this video proves the sun doesn't change size throughout the day.
Do you mind if I finish my presentation?
You're claiming that it debunks the globe model. I'm watching it. You're claiming it debunks the globe model.
I'm claiming that it debunks that you refuting that it doesn't change size throughout the day, right?
The globe model claims it changes size.
By a very, very, very immeasurable amount, right?
Okay. So we don't have the measurements that it changes the amount that it needs to, which is a geometric
Well, it certainly doesn't change by any pixels. So we know that for sure. There's 684 pixels throughout the day. I'm dragging it across. It started at 7:30 in the morning. Right now we're at almost 5 p.m., 682, 684 flickering, right? The only time that we notice it changing is right here when it's expected to change on the globe model. And we know why that occurs, Austin. It's because of atmospheric refraction. It only changes vertically. Notice the horizontal doesn't change, right? And that's predicted by the globe.
Well, that would happen. That would also happen if it was setting optically into the more dense, turbulent part of the atmosphere, right? But this is what's funny. What does this have? Well, again, like I said, immediately someone's just going to randomly, almost like Tourette's, just start arguing against flat Earth, and that's fine.
Well, I said that the sun doesn't change size throughout the day. You specifically says, and I quote, "It does," right?
I said even in the globe model, it's claimed that it does. That's what I said.
It doesn't.
So you were so ready to. You were so ready. And the only argument I've made about this, even historically, is that like the videos that people use to supposedly disprove it, if you actually show the pixels, like the one from Wolfie or whatever back in the day, his own video objectively did change pixels, right? So if you're saying that this one is better quality, whatever, that's interesting, cool. I mean, it doesn't look like it changed. I see what you're saying, and I look at it. It doesn't matter at all to me. It doesn't matter at all to me.
Well, it should, because it debunks what you said, right? Well, you said that it changes throughout the day.
How does it debunk what I said?
It doesn't change.
You said that it changes throughout the day.
No. I said even the Glob model claims that it does.
It does.
Well, it doesn't though.
So so the Glob model isn't true. That's interesting. So
Well,
now
what's the Glob model say it changes by?
About the Glob
How many
model.
pixels? Hold on.
So you just
how
said
many
the
pixels should it change? How many pixels should it change?
So now we're not talking about if it technically changes. We're talking about only pixels.
Well, yeah, obviously, fucking Austin, it changes, right? But it's virtually.
How do you know? Wait, first of all, it isn't
virtually
obvious.
immeasurable.
Do you know
92 million miles. Just do the math.
Obvious. First of all, it isn't obvious, or you would be able to.
It's obvious for any model in the world, right?
Time out. It isn't obvious that the sun changes the exact amount the Globe predicts, or you'd be able to show me an actual physical or actual empirical measurement.
I'm showing you that it does change the size that the Globe predicts.
No,
it does
he's
change
not.
the size. The Globe does
do you guys not know? Wait, time out. Do you guys not know how it works?
Listen,
you don't know how it
it
works,
does
apparently.
change the amount the Globe predicts, which is virtually immeasurable, bro. Look on the screen.
So you
virtually
know it
immeasurable.
changes, but it's immeasurable.
Yeah, 92 million miles. Do the math. It's not
so
going
you
to
don't
change.
have a measurement of it changing the exact amount required, right? So
you can
this is the
stick
problem.
on this, but the main.
Technology
Hold on a
exists
second.
that you should
Hold
be
on a
able to
second.
measure it.
That's fine, but the bigger point is why doesn't it change if the flat Earth requires that it changes?
There you go. Shift the burden of proof. So first of all, and you're going to interrupt me because obviously this is like your thing.
I won't interrupt you. Go ahead. I want to hear you.
This is the first time you've been interrupting me all of a sudden, right? So obviously this is like your thing, and it looks pretty cool, whatever. But
the one violence is
the point I made is that that cool story. The point I made is that the Globe predicts that it does change, right? For starters,
no, it doesn't.
And there's no one's ever. It literally does. We just established it, and as soon as I press you guys on it, then you change it from. Stop interrupting me, man. Stop interrupting, man. You change it from it doesn't change to it's just not a lot. It's like, okay, cool. That isn't my point. It's a geometric requirement. It's basic geometry. If the sun is listen, dude, if the sun is rising and setting on a globe, right? Obviously, it's going to change size as it goes up from the horizon up to the apex, right? And then back down. It's actually going to gradually change size up into noon and then gradually change size again going back. So you don't understand basic geometry.
No, but wait a minute, hold on. That's like six. What difference does that make? How much difference is 6,000 miles? How much difference is 6,000 miles over 93 million miles?
It's 0.08 arc seconds, I believe. So my point is, we have
0.08 arc seconds.
Yeah, we have technology that can measure that.
Excuse me. An arc second is 1/60th of a degree. So 0.8 of an arc second is what one. You think you can measure that?
We have technology that can measure that. Yes, but this is the point that I'm making, right? It's like I think the sun is just an apparent. We see an apparent position, right? Like. It not changing doesn't mean something crazy to me, right? Like I know you guys really think that because it's like you guys still argue 2015 flat Earth, where it's like, sun's physical object, and therefore if I strawman the flat Earthers, it should change.
Have you ever gotten a sunburn, Austin?
And then here's my straw man if I use a model and I use a distance to the sun and I say, look, it should change this one. That is so, it's like 2015. I don't do that.
Have you ever gotten a sunburn, Austin? You lived in Florida for years, right?
He's as white as me and he doesn't wear sunscreen.
You've gotten a sunburn.
Let's not do that, please. Focus on the argument, not the person.
This is the argument, right? The argument is this. Have you ever gotten a sunburn, Austin?
Yeah, of course, man.
Yeah, of course, right? So like, how are we going to sit here? Like, let's be reasonable adults, right? How are we going to sit here, Austin, and say that the fucking sun isn't physical when we've gotten a sunburn? Like, give me a break.
God, you can't be serious.
Yeah,
is that your actual argument? Okay, man. I mean, what is it that actually gives you a sunburn?
The radiation from the goddamn sun.
So wait, what is physically interacting with your skin and giving you a sunburn?
Rays from the sun.
Okay, so it's not the physicality of the sun, right? So Goku didn't jump up there and grab the sun and start chunking it down at everybody, and it's hitting them like little paintballs, and then
what's your argument? See, I don't
so it's
understand
the interaction of your skin with the light. Okay, so
the light that comes from where?
Wait, time out. Whether or not we see, you guys are panicking.
Slow down.
Whether or not you
slow
see
down. No, we're not.
whether or not you see the actual physical location of the sun is entirely independent of the idea of sunburn, which is an interaction of your skin with the light. Has nothing to do. First of all, I didn't say the sun wasn't physical. What I said was that we see an apparent position, but the point is that has nothing to do with sunburn, man. Nothing at all.
Does the light have an origin? Does the light have an origin?
Yeah.
Yeah. And where's that origin?
Well, that's the question, right? Because if we only see the apparent position, that doesn't mean there isn't an actual position. It just means we're only seeing it in an apparent position. And it's funny that you guys obsessively masturbate over the idea of refraction, but then suddenly, selectively seem incapable of comprehending the simplicity of the idea, right? It's
So
like,
there's refraction at noon when the sun's coming straight down through the atmosphere. There's going to be a refraction.
yeah, if the sun was going through layers, hey, if there were layers of, why do you ask a question and immediately interrupt?
There's a very little refraction.
Just let him answer, Show.
If there were some type of layers of containment, right, it isn't just the air itself that's causing it to refract. So it wouldn't matter if it's directly above you or not.
Well, you know, the way optics work is if you're coming directly down through the medium, there's going to be minimal to basically zero refraction.
Even through like multiple physical crystalline structures?
Where are they? You have samples of these?
Well, see, so this is my point, right? Like, you immediately shift it to I need to make definitive claims about things, and I don't. What examples of objects being optically displaced through like physical mediums?
Sample of the crystal dome. Sample of the dome. The crystal
example.
You say there. Not an example. A sample.
Oh no, I don't. No.
Do you have any measurements of it? How far away it is?
Do you have a sample of the inflatons from the Big Bang?
Inflatons. Will you just make that up?
No. That's a real fairy tale pseudoscientific particle in your paradigm. That's required because the point is I brought it up because obviously the answer you have to say is no. They supposedly don't even exist anymore. That's how retarded your religion is, that there was an inflation at the beginning of the Big Bang and that those particles don't exist anymore.
We're changing from sunburns to
Do you not understand the relevance?
Excellent. Yeah, we're changing from sunburns. I asked you if you have a sample of the dome, a measurement of the dome.
And I answered you. I said no.
And you answered me with the.
No, I didn't answer you with the question. I answered you. I said no. And then I asked you a question.
I see. So then we changed to the Big Bang once you realize that there's no dome.
No. Okay, so again, you just made the conclusion there is no dome because I don't have a sample of it. That's your standard.
You have no sample of it.
Do you have a sample of the core? Do you have a sample of the core?
We have a measurement of the core.
Okay, so if you don't have a sample of it, then there is no core, according to you. So we can move on now. Good to know.
Okay. And in the meantime, though, this dome that you always tend to come up with, you've never seen it, never measured it, have no example of it. You just posit that it's there.
You've never seen the core.
Oh, we know what the core is there with the seismic waves going through the Earth and coming out the other side. I know.
All right, brother. So what you're basically admitting, which is what all Globers do, is that you have a double standard for your beliefs, and this is like what I was explaining earlier. Yeah,
I have a double. That's funny. It's coming
because
from you. That's
just
freaking funny.
I don't think that's calm down.
Mr. Double Standard.
It is a double standard because what he said was, "Do you have a sample of it?" Well, okay, then it doesn't exist. But then as soon as I point out how ridiculous that is,
you don't have a measurement of it. You have nothing.
This is just the same way that was happening to me when she was in here. When people know that you have the truth,
everything goes
they have to
through
prevent
it.
you from speaking. You know, it's kind of annoying, but it's just the point is it's just a double standard, right? Where, oh, flat earther, do you have a sample of your dome? Ha ha ha. Right? But it's like you guys believe in tons of things you don't have samples of. It's a ridiculous argument. But in your guys' brains, somehow, in your state of cognitive dissonance, you actually think it's a good argument.
That's adorable.
Hold on, Mr. Witsit. One problem with your argument there. I have never, ever heard an actual globe earther ask for a sample of the dome. I have heard them ask
he literally
for
just did.
arguments for the dome.
He literally just asked me for a sample. He literally just asked me for a sample.
If you don't mind, I'm speaking, so you should let me finish. So you're building a strawman, and the reason for the strawman is very clear. The reason for the strawman is so that you can focus on the word sample.
Bro,
when in
were you not
reality,
listening to the
I will
combo?
finish. I will finish. It's
You're
easier if
building
you
the
shut
straw
up.
man right now.
So
Just
the
let him
reason of
finish.
the straw man is so that you can move away from there is an argument for what happens
Okay.
at the center of the globe.
Okay,
That's
so
the reason of the and I
oh
understand
my God.
you. It's hard for you to hear this. That's what happens when a truth teller speaks.
All
You
right,
couldn't shut
so
the fuck up. You had to start
oh my
over
God.
talking.
No, actually, it's
Now, being
standard
a straw man
practice that when
with
someone is blatantly straw manning you, that you interject right then.
No, really, I'll take that into consideration next time.
Intellectuals, right, would invite such
Like you?
an interject. Look, see, was that him doing it in good faith? Of course not. So actual
I
intellectuals.
was doing it
Oh
in
my
good faith.
God, you were just crying
And
so
I
much.
pointed out how
He's still
crying
speaking,
so
though.
much.
He's speaking, though.
Can anyone control themselves? I would really like to not have to mute anybody.
Like I only interjected to
you
try
guys
to
are on a
say
short leash, man. Look, there's about a dozen of you right now that probably shouldn't be here for a good fucking reason. Get it together now. Thank you.
So I only interjected in good faith because, and I tell people that the same thing, like I'll accept interjections, right, if they're in good faith, because if someone genuinely misunderstands your argument, there's no point in them going on and on about it. I don't know if you weren't in here or whatever. You said you literally never heard any Glober ever ask for a sample of the dome, which I know that you're lying about that, but he literally just did it. His entire argument was, where's a sample of the dome? Oh, you don't have one, then now that we've established it doesn't exist, we can move on. He literally just made that argument. So I simply made the point that that was a ridiculous double standard that no Glober would ever hold to, where if you can't get a physical sample of something, then you guys don't believe in it and it doesn't exist, because I started to name a few different examples, the inflaton, the core, we could go on forever. Okay, so there was no straw manning going on whatsoever. There's a waste of 5 minutes or whatever for everybody. So
You could have waited until I am finished with my statement to actually talk about this. I noticed that you started talking on top of me.
are you going to acknowledge that you were completely wrong when you claimed I was strawmanning someone when in fact he literally had just now made that point?
What I said was you are strawmanning the globe Earth because I have never heard one single globe Earther say that. If that's what the person asked because I joined just now, then
Yes.
then the point rests with you.
Okay, so then you were wrong. It's all good. I mean, I would probably refrain from like immediately going on some big thing about how I'm strawmanning someone if you didn't hear what someone said to me. But NASA used that to shut me down. So the point is, this is the bigger point I was making earlier. This happens all the time, bro. And this is why, like, I did that for years. I'm genuinely not even remotely interested in stuff like that anymore, right? Where Globers just have a blatant double standard for everything, where it's like rules for thee, not me, right? And you got to go get a physical sample. You got to do this. You got to be able to answer every single question or your whole entire idea is wrong. And it's like, it's never applied the other way. And I think that some of it is bad faith and intellectually dishonest. And I think some of it is like cognitive dissonance. I think that they don't even realize that they're doing it. And, it is what it is. But in fact, our position is way more founded than yours, way more founded. Because if I say, yeah, my position is that the Earth is stationary, it doesn't move. Well, that's what all empirical measurements of the surface of the actual Earth are showing. Your position is like, oh, well, you can't tell, and it looks like it's still, but it's not still, and all this stuff. It's like, whatever, right? No, actually, and that's cool. Here's the bigger point. Maybe we can move back towards this. The guy brought up, why do I bring up motion? Why did I start covering just motion and like geocentrism, where even I showed like the geocentric globe at times? Was I preparing for seeing the 24-hour sun and shifting to that? No, right? It's like my new standard, and it's been like this for a while, is if someone can't go back and forth with me and be intellectually honest about geocentrism, or if the Earth is moving or can be the center of the universe, I do not participate in conversations with them about flat Earth, because they can't show good faith or intellectual honesty. Then flat Earth is definitely just going to be a waste of time.
You said that there's more evidence for the flat Earth and it's the stronger position. How can you demonstrate that?
Do you mind if I ask?
Example?
I'm going to ask a question, Leo. I was on mute on accident. I wanted to ask a question that I thought was pertinent. Or not Leo, excuse me, Lori.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, thanks. What's it? There is a trip going on with your buddy Jaron. Well, I guess I don't know how to call him. If he's still your friend, hopefully, but
Yep.
to Punta Arenas, right? And I'm sure you're aware of this. And a friend of mine, Max, who's here in the chat, is actually going. Do you? Yeah. Thanks, Max. Do you find it? I was alarmed by the sort of state of affairs, I guess, from flat earthers that were contesting even something as simple as going to a place where people are known to live, right, and known to visit and that sort of thing. Do you have any thoughts about it? Like, did it kind of surprise you? I mean, it's a similar trip, right? So, like, you have to be kind of drawing comparisons, I guess. But has it struck you as odd?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No,
you know Joshua
but
Monday?
I mean, I went to Punta Arenas, right? I mean, it's obviously a real place. So, I mean, is that what you're saying? People act like it's not real?
Well, yeah, and Jaren's going there with a guy by the name of Joshua Monday. Go ahead, Max. I'll let you take it.
He's not Joshua. He's just Josh. Josh wanted to verify some of the claims about the path of the sun and so on. So he told Jaren, like, hey, do you want to go back? So they're going to Edmonton, Canada in a couple of weeks, actually. And they're going to go to 53 degrees north, do sun observations, star trails, measuring a mile, measuring a degree of longitude, and so on. And then in December, they're coming down to Punta Arenas, and I'm joining them because it's a very cheap trip for me. So the problem is that some people like Banjo, Vika, Vlad, they're freaking out over.
Well, okay, they're retards. Well, I mean, they showed that they were retards, so I don't care. I mean, so yeah, I mean, cool.
Well, I guess
I'm not in some like cult where I have to like defend everyone that.
He wasn't asking you to defend. He was just asking.
Oh, I know. I'm just explaining it. I'm just explaining. Like, there's a bunch of retarded people on both sides, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but I just thought it was. I honestly was surprised by the fact that they're kind of flipping chairs about the whole thing, and it seems like it should be, the burden really should be for them to sort of get past the fact of it being fake or it being like this anti-religion.
Well, they should go.
They
should go. They should go. I'm sure their whole thing is like, oh, of course it's Jaron going again, and he's a mason and a shield and all this, because that's what they were saying about me. Well, they should just go and do it, right? I mean, I do want to at one point go to like very close to the North Pole, right? Because I've gone to the South and I want to go to the North. But like that's actually the first time I ever even left the country, right? So like my first stamp is like South America, then Antarctica. Like the one big stamp in my entire passport's Antarctica. I would like to go somewhere in Greenland or something like that. I think that would be cool. But I guess now, I guess I'm kind of missing my opportunity to do that, right? I'd have to do it pretty soon, huh? For this year to see like a 24-hour sun, right?
Yeah, I think it's. I'm not sure when it expires, but yeah, you're over the halfway point.
But yeah, I think it would be cool. But yeah. I mean, I will say, like, here's like my take on the whole thing. It was very trippy, right? Because and like one way I've kind of was thinking of it while I was there, I'm like, okay, if this is the truth, right? Despite all the stuff that people say, like I consistently challenge my ideas. So like the whole time on that whole trip, I was constantly making myself think like, is it possible the Earth is a globe, and viewing the observations from that lens the entire time. And, I was thinking like, okay, if you're like under a giant dome, well, I mean, if something were to be like viewed relative to that, technically a dome would be like curving down, right? As you go underneath it, it would curve down as you get further and further out towards the outside or whatever. And is that maybe playing a role where we're looking at the sky and as we go out, we're seeing it curve down? I don't know, maybe, who knows? But that does happen. That's all I'm saying. Like it definitely is a phenomena where like as you keep going further and further south, right? Like things kind of tilt over. And obviously, yes, the globe predicts that and says that that's what. But that should be obvious before I went anywhere. I thought everyone already knew that. I really think I was shocked by how few people knew certain things. And of course, it's really easy for the globe side, right? Because you have all of your answers spoon fed to you. To even venture to the other side, it's like you have to reset, and now you have to consume information about every single phenomena. Basically, you're talking about like Earth science, dude. You're talking about literally everything. Whereas the Globers are like, well, I don't even have to. I'll just Google it at any point in time, and this is just this is what I believe, right? So I understand it.
With all due respect, though, I mean, you can put together a model, like you can teach a third grader, right, to have a model of how the solar system works, and it does work, right?
Yeah,
and we can show
who cares?
these.
Like, would your argument be like, even if something isn't true, if I can teach it in a simple way that in theory works, I should teach it to them so they can understand something, even if it isn't true, right? Because I would assume that isn't your position. And I know that's not what you said, but I'm just saying that's kind of like the implication that ends up coming there. Because like the people teaching gravity, for example, people think that we should teach kids, we should continue to teach kids gravity from like this Newtonian perspective. So like it's a good example of that, right? Like where it's really simple, it quote unquote works, which is a pragmatic fallacy, right? Like claiming something's true because it works. I mean, it is a pragmatic fallacy. And people do that a lot with like Newtonian gravity. And people are taught this to this day. Children are taught gravity, and the way they understand it is this idea of it being like a force that's pulling, almost like a magnet, pulling things to the earth, right? And that just isn't, that's fundamentally not the case, right? And the mainstream model knows that cannot be true, knows that isn't the case, and that is not what the mainstream belief of gravity is. But because it's simple, because in theory it works a lot of the time, the math works specifically, like we still teach kids that. Like I'm totally opposed to that. I think the kids would be way better off not being taught that at all, you know?
What age
because
do
it just
they
isn't
teach
true.
that to kids?
What they teach? What you weren't taught gravity as a kid?
At what age do they teach
Well,
that?
I was first told about gravity like in kindergarten, dude. Like literally, they show you like a globe, and then there's obviously the person that raises their hand and asks how you don't fall off of it, and then they say
that's learning is an iterative process. So you give people digestible ideas so that then you can expand upon them.
But even if they're not true, right? Because like. And I don't know what I would assume curriculum is actually, the evidence shows the curriculum has gotten much stupider. And I actually went to a private school and was in all honors classes, right? And my honors physics 1 and 2 honor class, I mean, we were taught Newtonian gravity, bro. I mean, we were told briefly about Einsteinian gravity, but like we were taught Newtonian gravity. And that's what we did. That's most of the math that we did. We did not do relativistic math, right? And I don't.
Because
anyone trying to claim otherwise is lying. You know, I mean, like in high school they teach you.
It's very advanced math.
Yeah, so that's my point, though. Like, the simplicity isn't a justification for teaching something we know isn't true.
The U.S. education system kind of sucks.
Yeah, but my point is like it was better whenever I was in school and I went to a better school, but nevertheless it was still taught, and it's going to be taught. I guarantee you, if I go to another country where they say that it's better, they're not teaching a 10th grader in physics Einsteinian math. They're just not. I mean, like literally, physicists struggle to do Einsteinian math most of the time nowadays. No one's doing it.
It's advanced math. It requires.
Yeah, I mean, Einstein himself said that he struggles to do it. Actually, Einstein couldn't do it. So like, I think the thing about it is, though, my point is the simplicity of the alternative isn't a justification for teaching something that we know isn't true.
But that's what I told you, that it's an iterative process. You teach some things tentatively, and then you expand on them. That's the whole.
But it's not really. Maybe a good teacher would teach it like that.
The education system.
In theory, maybe a good teacher would teach it like that. Would say like, look, we know this isn't actually true, isn't actually how gravity works. It's a very useful equation that we use in engineering and oftentimes locally and stuff, but we know this isn't actually how it works. But I just think it's a problem, right? Because when I was in physics honors, I actually had an aptitude for math. So I would like do all the Newtonian equations. I mean, you could whatever. I could care less what you think, right? But like, I would do all the equations real fast.
Daryl made you
and
cry.
and for studies have shown that people that actually have aptitudes in math, one of the key factors of it is actually like comprehending the application of the math. And that for most people, they're like detached from the application. So they're just trying to memorize the steps and how to do the math. But if it actually clicks in your brain as to what the application of that math is, then you're able to do it much more efficiently, right? I literally internalized this belief that that's how the world worked. I believe that Newtonian gravity was how the world worked. It's what held the world together. It's what was keeping me on the ground. I believe that. So whenever I'm told to different, and this spills over into chemistry honors, you're using Newtonian gravitational equations all throughout different
chemistry,
subjects, right? Yes.
In chemistry, you use Newtonian gravitation?
Yes.
Where?
Yeah. Our teacher, so I had a smaller private school, right? So the same teacher was with physics and chemistry, right? And when they would show us, like, say, the combination of certain chemicals or whatever, I can't even remember the specifics of it, but like maybe I'm tripping. Like, is there not scenarios where you would apply gravity in chemistry?
Nope.
Maybe I'm tripping.
Yep.
Maybe it was just physics honors. I don't really know. But
the thing is, like, the Globe has all these different gravity ideas. They've got all these gravity ideas.
Yeah, which it does bleed into chemistry.
What do you have to give to FE right now? Because the Globe is not short on alternative gravity ideas. They're all over the internet. Every one of these things, there's all kinds of alternative theory. All these exist. So just sitting here and just, it's not a unique position to have an alternative global gravity view. There's theoretical physicists that do this for a living. There's hobbyists. There's all kinds of stuff. So just, and not only do they, see a potential problem, but they go and they build models with it. Academic, like crazy, there's whatever. But what do you have that will help the community right now?
This is what you understand. Like, I don't owe people anything. I don't have to like devote my life to developing a model. And, I did that for a while. Like, I showed different ideas, and I showed like a torus field, a plane of inertia, things like that make the most sense to me. But I am wise enough to understand that we do not have the totality of accessibility needed to make a model, right? Like a full functioning model. I get that maybe that might be this huge deal for you. I mean, I understand the appeal of it. It isn't the biggest deal in the world for me, right? Like, I'm able to be content knowing that there's some type of like mystical nature to like where we live and where we exist, and that we don't fully understand it, and that it just isn't what we were told, right? That's all I need to know, man.
Like, naturally, you're very you're very magnetic, and when you speak, attention comes to you, and you're well spoken, and you're very good at doing that. But it's like I don't think you have, not that you're not capable of, I don't think you have what FE needs right now.
But that's totally fine with me, because I don't know what FE is and what it needs. But like,
well, I mean, FE, there's millions of people, right? I mean, they're broad,
and I think that so many of them, this is so good for flat Earth, in my opinion, in the long term.
People that have been coming to these communities, they're hearing, and they're realizing, like, there may be an issue, like, model wise. Not that FE is but that, hey, the map we thought may not be it. The setup,
I think that's why I think it's good, bro. Because like, in reality, that should have been done the whole time. And like, when I first found out about flat Earth, I looked at the cover of B.O.B.'s album, and it doesn't have like a specific map. It just has a general idea. It has like a dome. It doesn't, and then I just listened to what he was saying, and he made some interesting points. And then like everything else he was talking about were things I had researched that were actually true, that were considered conspiracies. And I'm like, okay, what is this guy even talking about? And I looked into it, and I'm like, first of all, flat Earth is fundamentally good for people. Right, the actual journey of it, because what it makes you do, it makes you step back and then like question all these things you thought you knew. And what you end up finding out is that you had never even critically assessed and thought about most of what you believe. And that's just a fact. It's just a fact. And any Glober that says otherwise isn't telling the truth. And it's getting even worse now. They're going through the modern education system. They're watching TikTok. They have like a 30-second attention span. Like, it's ridiculous, right? They're not like when I looked at Eric Dubé's 200 proofs, right?
Witsit, what do
There
you
are
have?
wait, listen to my point here, man. When I went through Eric Dubé's 200 proofs, there were many problems with it. So like we know that some of those things are wrong now, right? But it absolutely makes you question and rethink about all these things, especially if you go into it like in good faith, right? That you just never had considered. That is fundamentally good for people, man, because I would rather be like, yo, I don't know exactly what the earth is. I don't have a model than to think I know exactly what it is and not even understand or comprehend or know what I believe.
Question. You're putting a sales pitch for why it's good to question flat Earth. I think you're shifting the topic. Like I said, you're magnetic with your attention, okay? But the way the way these arguments are framed is
a chance to hear some great stuff for Witsit. We don't need to hear from Gatekeeper, bruh.
But I mean, I just don't think you're getting my point, bro. Like, I think that not just teaching.
You don't have what
you said your point multiple times. Yeah, but you said multiple points. How would I not get your point? Your point is like very simple, and you said it multiple times, and I addressed it directly. Is like your follow-up implication that I shouldn't be speaking or something? Like, what are you hoping to attain here? I need to go away and not speak anymore. Like, I don't because is that what you're trying to say?
No, he thinks you owe him something, and I don't.
No, it's weird. Like, and my point here is, I think this is ultimately good for flat Earth because I will even admit that at times, certainly early on, when people would come and question and ask me questions, I would pull that model out and show them. And I wouldn't always make sure that I'm like, yo, this is just an idea of a visualization to give you a general idea. This is not whatever. And although pretty early on, I was doing that and saying like, we don't know that this model is true. There are problems with it, whatever. It's better that people don't go in there thinking, oh, well, if flat Earth is true, then this is it. And there's a dichotomy. Here's the flat Earth model. Here's the globe model. And then if they start to see problems with the flat Earth model and they go Google the answers for the globe Earth model, they think, oh, well, then the globe must be true. Because that is such a low IQ, retarded way to go about this conversation. And that is what I realized more than ever after Howard Tripp, that apparently a way higher number of people than I realized had done that. You know, and that's stupid. Of course, like, I did not need to see the 24-hour sun to know that Gleason model was wrong, bro. Just go look at the direction that the sun sets in the south. Are you kidding me? I thought we all knew this. And we're like, yo, this has to be some type of dome optics. It's obviously an apparent position. You know, like obviously we're not seeing the actual position of the sun everywhere on the earth if it's flat. I did not need to see the 24-hour sun to know that Gleason model was wrong, bro. Just go look at the direction that the sun sets in the south. Are you kidding me? I thought we all knew this. And we're like, yo, this has to be some type of dome optics. It's obviously an apparent position. You know, like obviously we're not seeing the actual position of the sun everywhere on the earth if it's flat. Just a fact.
I mean, you've had nearly 2 years though to think of like a better competing model. That's sort of why I asked the question.
I haven't even. What's so funny is I haven't even attempted to do that really. Like I have heard of other ideas. Like I think they're interesting. What I realized going there is like, dude, just to go there and see that was like, well, all we're doing is just seeing something, right? I mean, some people, you got a few measurements here and there, but like, dude, that place is insane. Okay. Yeah. All these fairy tales about somebody going there and traveling, brother, that place will swallow you up and not even think twice. And it is under wraps. And it is not somewhere that people are even supposed to be. So my understanding of it is like literally God doesn't want people there, bro. Like, and yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you're not supposed to go there. So it's like, whatever this place is, whatever that is, it's like, you're not supposed to keep going past people. This idea that there's like way more land outside of it, I don't resonate with that anymore at all, because like and this is just purely speculation, just an intuitive thing. I just don't think we're supposed to keep going directly across that, right? Like, I don't think God's like a magician trying to trick you. You're gonna die if you try to go there. Then you're just not supposed to go there. And
like the sad thing is that the sad thing is, like, from the outside looking in, right? Like, it looked like a pleasant-ish enough trip for us to witness, right? Like, there wasn't a blizzard where you were holding onto a flagpole like for dear life sort of thing. Like, we're thinking
it's probably the most perfect,
Antarctica, right?
Perfect conditions you could
and
ever
so it's
ask
hard for like
still sucked.
Yeah, it's hard for the average person to be like, okay, yeah.
Before we move on to further, I am on the record as acknowledging that the only value of flat Earth that I've got is that it has forced me to go back on things that I just took for granted and then actually get the arguments and the evidence for them. That's the only positive value that I see for flat Earth.
Well, even you phrasing it as though that's some insignificant thing, right? Like you're saying the only value I got was actually learning and understanding what I believe to be true. So like you get the bigger point there is that, well, previous to that, and this was the case with everybody, and I don't care. There's been a couple people I've heard claim this isn't the case. It was the case for everybody. Okay. Everybody didn't even fully understand what they believed to be true when it came to the earth. It's just a fact. Right. And it's like, that's how we're taught. That's how we're given information. And it just is what it is. And it's obviously like a huge topic and there's so much information. Right. But don't you think it's important that we comprehend? I would much rather have less knowledge claims, right, that I fully understand than having like a huge amount of them that I don't even understand, because then I'm not even thinking for myself. Someone else has just created my worldview, has created my beliefs, and I have to turn to them to ask them what I believe. That is so like emasculating and just like, it's like you have no agency. And a lot of us were kind of led into thinking like that, right? And Flat Earth just shatters that. Even if you go into Flat Earth as like a staunch glober that just wants to shut Flat Earth down. And in fact, when I first got into Flat Earth, I was literally just going in there to debunk it. That was it. You find out it is not nearly as easy to debunk as people would like to believe.
It absolutely is. And that is something that every single Flat Earther ever has said. They're all the original Flat Earther, and they all went into
You're not
it
being
to
honest, MX, if that's how you feel. Like there's
or it's like insane that you've been talking about it for so long.
So you know my personal experience, Andrew.
Which is weird that you'd be so obsessed with it, right? Like if there was a room that said pigs fly, right? Like, yeah, it's super easy to disprove that. And I would definitely not talk about it for years. Like that sounds insane. And, you know, the reason that this is such an interesting conversation is because it has so much in it. And it's about where you live. And there's so much information. And what you actually find out is when you pull the curtain back, so much of the current model, the mainstream accepted model, is speculation. It's unfinished. It's constantly changing. And then just saying like this lazy phrase of that's how science works. It's like, okay, cool. Yes, that's technically how we always are trying to figure out how it works or whatever. But a lot of stuff that people thought they knew for sure, flat earthers have forced them to find out. Actually, there isn't. It's just a guess. It's just a claim, right? Like the core is a perfect example. The core of the globe cannot even be replicated on a small scale. Like even the fundamental physics of it. No, it can't.
I saw a demonstration the other day. They built a machine.
In a moment, whenever it's possible.
It doesn't actually do what the globe Earth core has to do, right? I can just send a paper so we can not do the debate. When you read the paper, then we can do the debate. I'll send you a paper where it's shown like, yeah, we absolutely cannot replicate what the globe Earth core would have to do. It's seemingly physically impossible.
I saw it. I literally saw it the other day.
No, you didn't.
I did.
It doesn't exist.
It does.
I'm kind of relatively new to the flat Earth community. I just wanted to hear what your take is on language, like the math language versus the phenomena.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like math describes, science explains, and almost the whole entire globe deception is conflating those two things. And people think that like a sufficient mathematical description is equivalent to an explanation, right? They're like fundamentally different. Like science explains, math describes it. Math's like the language we use to just describe the explanation. Math means nothing, right? Like I mean, it doesn't mean, it's not like meaningless, but it doesn't tell you anything in terms of what is true, right? Like you could just like with my words, I can describe anything. I can use math to describe anything. It doesn't mean anything's true. That point there, though, is actually like one of the biggest ones. If you listen to any flat Earth debate, the Globers constantly conflate math with truth, right? And they conflate math and science, description and explanation. And they're just fun. That's just not correct, right? I mean, it's like the biggest spell ever.
And I went down the route. I played.
1 second, you can continue.
Hold up.
I posted the thing that you said.
Hold up, MX. I went down the route.
Max, we're going to let Andrew get a question if that's cool.
I went down that route
with it,
and I tried to prove their math for them, and they don't understand the math. They sell for, over and over and over. Spent the last 6 months saying, okay, I'll go get the math and shove it down your throat. And they won't even process it. So they're asking for it, and they won't take it.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I'm sure you've probably also experienced that they think that a lot of them think that like math is science, Like they think that if the math works, it's true. So there's scenarios where the math doesn't work, the math backfires, the math falsifies their claims. But then even when the math works, it doesn't mean it's true, bro. Like the good example of it is the Newtonian equations can be applied to orbital motion of planets, and people say, therefore, it proves Newtonian gravity is true, right? Because I can use a simple Newtonian equation and tell you where Mars is going to be in a couple weeks. And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. That literally doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean it's true at all, right? And it's just like, I don't know, it's like a wall that people have. But I will say this. It sounds like maybe you're actually good. You actually have an aptitude for math. What I found is the people that have an aptitude for math are not the ones that do that, right? The ones that actually kind of struggle with math are the ones that like deify it.
Yeah, that's so true. And you can see, like,
Hmm.
you can see the pathing of phenomena that changed into needing a language to confirm it. So from Maxwell to Steinmetz into the modern infrastructure we have, there was a simplification, right? Maxwell wrote this massive, like, labyrinth of calculus that is, you can't even really begin to get your mind wrapped around. But Steinmetz comes along and simplifies it into fractional algebra. So we have this like simplification. We stood on the shoulders of giants and simplified it into this language, and we have no idea about the phenomena. And that's really what you're pointing out. I think it's incredible.
Exactly, because actually, the real pursuit of truth, so what science is supposed to be, and explanation is going to be a much simpler. It's going to be a much more like simple conversation back and forth. We're literally going to talk about it. There's no math required, right? Like if I'm trying to, for example, we can't even use math for the ether. So maybe arguably the most important phenomena, like the primary substance that everything else is a modality of, you can't even use math. You can't apply math to it. It's non-Cartesian. It isn't even material. It doesn't have a coordinate system. It isn't Cartesian fundamentally. It's like the most important phenomenon in the world that I would say you need to have a grasp of to even start to really build any viable framework of physics. You can't use math for it, which is why people panic and just have to throw it out, right? If you can't quantify it, then it can't exist. And this then takes you down into the problem of quantum mechanics. The reason quantum mechanics is a thing that people love so much is because they believe you have to be able to quantify everything. And since you actually cannot quantify everything on the smallest scale, quantum is just a shit show where they have no idea what they're doing, and they have a bunch of like nonsense paradoxical beliefs that will never work, right?
Wait, so if quantum mechanics doesn't exist, like what are particle accelerators and so on? Just boondoggles
I'd say it didn't
where they
exist, bro.
I've heard you say that I've heard you say, and I quote, quantum mechanics is retarded.
Yeah, because it's like the
so what's
phenomena,
the machine for?
the phenomena is real, but the models are just that. And then they reify the models because they need to quantify everything. They think they need to quantify everything. So if the question is simple, right? Like, can you quantify the immaterial?
Science doesn't care about the material, though.
Well, no. You may not care about it, right? But physics fundamentally derives from a primary substance that is immaterial or has a tenuity beyond conception, to quote Tesla.
Oh,
right?
that is lovely.
You can't quantify it. And this is what quantum's coming out and admitting this, by the way. I mean, they're literally coming out and admitting it. So
okay. Where? Do you have a citation? Oh, and just by the way, before
they're now using the same language, the same phenomena that the ether physicists discovered. They're just discovering that now and naming it new. Like the Cooper pairs, if you've ever looked into this, like room temperature superconductivity, these are the same effects that ether physicists figured out. They're just using a different language codex. That is literally it.
Correct. And dude, what's so crazy is like ether physics has known all of this existed the whole time, bro. All of it. Even if you go back like 10, 15 years to the discoveries of quantum, right? We were getting into like 0-point energy, vacuum energy, quantum foam, all of these things, right? Like we knew that was already there. Every single ether prediction, quantum is just like crawling and stumbling like some drunk caveman with a clipboard trying to count everything, and they're finally like figuring it out. and it's like, duh, it's been here the whole time. That's why that's the biggest part of this whole entire conversation is any intellectually honest person is going to say, wait a minute. So then why do we throw out the ether? If the ether so much more sufficiently explains all of this phenomena and predicted all this phenomena that the cutting edge of quantum mechanics is just now, quote unquote, discovering, then why did we throw ether out? Why is it considered not viable? Why is it not still used? If it was the groundwork of the electrical field theory, and it's literally what gave us the entire electrical grid we have to this day, and then why did we not use it? Why did it get thrown out? And the actual answer to that, if you actually investigate it, objectively, the answer is that Michelson-Morley showed the Earth can't be moving if there is an ether.
Yeah, you're lying. Yeah. Just FYI, that thing that you said didn't exist, the actual device where they replicated Earth's core, I posted the evidence in the chat if you want to look at it.
Well, no, I never said there wasn't a device where they claimed to try to replicate it. They didn't accurately replicate it.
They did.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, the evidence is in the chat.
Okay, you want me to drop the papers that show that you can't do it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I always want the evidence with it.
I think you were wrong about a minor point. You said that Newtonian gravity can be applied or it can be misapplied to, let's say, planetary orbits. And what you said next was, it's literally not true at all. Well, it literally is true to a degree if it tells you where the planet is going to be, for example. Then that means that it literally is true to a degree. That's why we use mathematics. It can tell us the truth of things. For example, if I need to find out how tall a building is, I can use mathematics for it. And
okay,
that means it can give us truths.
No, but
so
okay, brother.
You cannot just throw mathematics under the bus and say, this has nothing to do with truth, and because people can use it to lie, because if you get the numbers wrong, the mathematics goes wrong. That's a fallacy from misuse. Just because something can be misused doesn't mean that it doesn't have a valid use.
I never said it didn't have a valid use. You ended your whole point with blame shot.
You literally said that if we apply it, it's literally not
brother,
true.
I waited that whole time to respond to you, man. So like, I never said it didn't have a valid. I never said it didn't have a valid use, right? Like, what I'm saying is you're giving us a perfect example of the point that he just brought up, right? Which is that people are always conflating math and science. So there's a difference in math describes, science explains. You're talking about how we can use math certain times to do certain things, and then conflating that to truth of how it works, like explaining it. So the orbits are a perfect example. I can use Newtonian equations to predict the orbital path of the planets accurately. That does not mean, however, that the Newtonian gravity theory or explanation of how it works is actually true just because the math works to map out the path of the planets. That's called a pragmatic fallacy. Okay. And this happens all the time, right? Like they conflate math and science. They say, oh no, if Newtonian gravity wasn't true, then how can I map out the path of the planets with it? Well, because it's just a mathematical description. It's just like language. It's just a tool to use to describe. It's just literally kinematics. It doesn't mean anything. Like that doesn't actually tell. That has nothing to do with the dynamic claim, the causal mechanism claim, right? The explanation, the actual science, right? Like you just gave us a perfect example of the point we were discussing.
Sure. So if we're committing a pragmatic fallacy, I think you're committing a fallacy as well, and the fallacy is fallacy from abuse, because you keep saying that mathematics can be misused, just like language. Language can be used to lie, and so can mathematics. So let's move away from mathematics. Well, hold on. Just because something can be abused doesn't mean that there is no valid use, and therefore we shouldn't use it at all. That's a fallacy from abuse. Just because some people might use knives for a bad purpose, that doesn't mean that the knife doesn't have a valid purpose.
Why do you keep ending with have a valid purpose? Like one could certainly argue that even mapping out the planets is a valid purpose, subjective term. You could say that the use of Newtonian gravity in engineering is a valid purpose. I would even say it is. But really all you're doing is accounting for weight, right? The distribution of weight when you're building something. Like the point is that even though you can use that equation accurately in engineering, and we do it all day, every day, that doesn't mean that there's gravity being an innate force of an object causes an actual attraction and then pulls something as a force to it. That doesn't mean that is an actual accurate explanation of quote unquote gravity or the phenomena of weight. Just because the math works and we can use it doesn't mean that it's true, right? So do you understand that? Like that's what I'm saying. So it's a pragmatic fallacy, man. Like to say, look, Newtonian equations work to map out the planets, therefore Newtonian gravity is true, would be a fallacy. It'd be a pragmatic fallacy.
Sure.
Still waiting on the papers, though.
I was thinking, if you're now saying, because earlier you said that you have a stronger claim, or how did you say it? Flat Earth works better. But some time ago you said, well, we were a bit too quick on going with models, so we don't actually have a flat Earth model. And now you're saying, well, also mathematics, we really shouldn't use it. So if you do not have mathematics and you do not have a model, how is flat Earth actually better and more applicable than anything else?
Well, I mean, we always just like impulsively go back to like, well, what about flat Earth? It's like, what are you talking about exactly, man? Like, I'm not invoking a model. Flat Earth is nothing more than the rejection of a positive claim of a model, which is that the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. I don't believe that. We falsified that. That isn't correct. Okay. Like the next step that you want people to take is like, okay, well, then what is it? Because we were all spoon fed what everything supposedly was our whole life and just took it for granted. So if we take it away from you, then people just like start to have withdrawals and they feel like entitled to have an replacement, which is why I coined the phrase falsification is independent of replacement, early on when I got into this, because that's where every debate ends up going. It's like, oh, well, if what you're saying is true and my belief isn't true, then I need a new belief. It's like, brother, sorry, we can't actually do that. We don't have full access to the Earth. We can't get outside of the Earth. We don't it doesn't mean that the globe remains true until I give you a replacement of it, right? And I always use the same analogy. I don't want to go on here, but like I always use the same analogy. It's like if you grew up and you finally became an adult and you're going through your parents' closet when you visit from college and you find a box that says "Do not open," you open it and it's like adoption papers. And you look all through it, and it's like pictures of you as a baby, and you find out that you were adopted, and you go tell your friend, "Dude, you're never going to believe this. I just found out my whole life is a lie. Everything I thought was true isn't true. And actually, those aren't my biological parents. I'm adopted." And you're like, what? They have to be. Like I know them. They've always been your parents. Everyone at school and everyone at church knows that they're your parents. Everyone agrees that they're your parents. And you're like, well, I mean, here's the proof falsifying that they're my parents, man. Like I was adopted. Well, who are your real parents then? I don't know. I don't know yet. Well, it would be like saying, well, until you can tell me who your real biological parents are, I'm not going to believe that you're adopted and those aren't your biological parents. That would just be retarded, right? It's like falsification's independent of replacement. And that's what flat Earth actually is.
That would hold if you had the box with the adoption papers. You don't.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, but physical empirical measures the surface of the Earth falsify the claimed curvature rate. So I mean,
no, it doesn't. That's a nice mantra you have, but you've spoken with surveyors that measure the Earth curve. I can show you measurement of the quote-unquote flattest places on Earth, the Uyuni Solar in Bolivia and the Bonneville Sol Flat in Utah. Guess what? They're not flat.
Like, yeah, you can show me optical calculative assumptions, reifying the globe model, making the appropriate correction, assuming refraction, and then assuming the difference in the actual
what do you mean
observation.
Assuming refraction?
Assuming the refraction is going to be the exact amount needed to explain the difference in what the globe predicts and what's actually observed. And every time I've debated actual surveyors live in front of everybody, that's what they always ultimately admit. How did you figure out that there was this much refraction? Well, if I look at the geoid model, I would see that the globe claims that this object should be here. When I actually took the angle measurements of it, it was here. Therefore, that must mean it was refracted the difference in those 2 points. It's just assuming the globe and then backfilling.
No,
it's called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
No, that is an adorable deflection, but none of that is true because I have one of those measurements, which is not optical.
What? Go ahead. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Oh man, and we're gonna get dragged into some flat Earth debate about measurements where you're gonna end up. What you just said is gonna end up just being debunked, but it's gonna take forever.
No, I mean that's a lovely deflection, but
okay. Summarize it succinctly, man. It's not optical. Go ahead. What measurement do you have that's not optical?
It's a GPS measurement.
Oh my god, dude! Are you kidding me?
No.
Do GPS models assume the globe?
No, they rely on the globe because it's the truth.
Oh no, they assume the globe, right? Like
No,
fundamentally. Yeah, intrinsically. So your proof the Earth's a globe is if you use the model that assumes it is a globe, then the data matches once corrected to match the model that claims it's a globe.
It's not correct. It's not correct
you
at all. That's
understand what a
again a lovely
reification fallacy
deflection.
is?
I
You
do
know what a
know, and
reification
that's what
fallacy
you're
is? Okay.
doing.
All right, brother. Well, thank you for trying and coming in, right? And when someone wants to explain to me the high frequency microwaves that are shot parallel to the surface of the Earth, right? That
You mean Laura?
cannot be significantly affected by refraction, and they go significantly greater distances than the curvature of Earth would allow.
You mean
to
Laura,
physically
right?
obstruct the microwaves. Then hit me up, but they can't.
You mean Laura, right?
No.
You mean the LoRa system?
LoRa was a radio transmission from what
What are you talking about then?
Microwave systems used by the military. They have like a beam divergence of a maximum of 1 meter, and they can go dozens and dozens of miles right off the surface of the Earth, where the curvature of the Earth should block it after just a few miles. Yet they don't.
And you can give me the evidence of this?
They have a 99.9% reliability. They are literally used by the military for target acquirement and many other things. And I even know the stillman of the, random fallacy.
You can give me the evidence of this, right?
Can we just go ahead and, yeah, of course. Can we go ahead and tell you what your side's supposed explanation is? We can just all say.
No, I would rather you give me the flat Earth explanation. Let me handle the globe.
Oh wait, okay, bro. How can I shoot microwaves? Let's just say I shoot a microwave, and the globe Earth predicts it's going to be blocked at 6 miles, but it actually goes 42 miles, and it's a high frequency.
You're flat out lying about the numbers.
It's a high frequency microwave. How would that work on the globe?
I would have to see the citation for that because I don't believe you that you're shooting. It should be blocked at 6 miles. What's the height of the transmission tower?
20 feet. I mean, I am just making up numbers because the point that I'm making. Yeah, because I don't have it pulled up or anything, but this is the point I'm making. We can even go to. You can even go all the way to radio waves, microwaves. I bring up the microwaves, right? Because the numbers are actually smaller and the frequencies are so high, you can't just throw out the word refraction. It doesn't work at all. But even if you just look up, like everyone can just Google, right? Like radio transmission world records. And you're going to see like the official organization that has all the world records. And it's going to show you all the frequencies from small to big, from low to high, right? And you're going to see the furthest it's ever been shot successfully. And we're talking about like 1,000 megahertz. It just goes way beyond anything that can even be explained. And that's just radio waves, right? And microwaves are even more of a problem. And they just invoke all kinds of made up theories that they can't actually verify to explain it, right? And the ionosphere for skywave propagation, they claim that the ionosphere is like 40 megahertz tops. And so and Oliver Heaviside came up with that, who actually was a genius and fatherhead of electrical field theory. He just theorized it because he knew it needed an explanation after the Marconi transmission. It wasn't like we went and discovered it or something. And the phenomenon is real because, again, like I said, he is a genius. Like if I shoot a free radio wave at like ionized gas, which is just plasma, right? And say that plasma has a frequency of 40 megahertz, like they claim the ionosphere does at its highest frequency. If I shoot a radio wave that's 40 megahertz, it's going to bounce back, or 39 or 38 or 37. As long as it's lower, it's going to bounce back to me, right? So that's true. So that's what he's claiming is the idea. The idea is that it shoots, even though the globe is going down beneath it and it starts going towards space effectively, it's going to hit the ionosphere, bounce back down, right? Skywave propagation. If I shoot a frequency that's 41 megahertz, though, it's going to go right through it. It's going to pierce right through that plasma, right? So we shoot radio waves with frequencies way above 40 megahertz that go thousands of miles when they should be blocked by the Earth geometrically, like at a couple hundred miles. So it's like,
so hold on.
How does that work?
Because so far you owe me the papers from the previous conversation, and now you owe me the citations for this. Can we start getting the evidence?
Oh, yeah, I'll grab my MacBook, yeah.
All right.
Okay. But are you going to concede to these things, right? Like when I told you it's just a fact that we can't accurately replicate the core of the globe Earth model in a laboratory, and you said, yes, we can.
I gave you the evidence that we can.
So you're going to concede that we can't?
No, I gave you the evidence that we can actually do that.
No, but when I
has
show
been
you that
done.
we can't, are you going to be honest and concede that we can't?
Well, see, yeah, probably. If you give me the evidence
okay,
and it
man.
supports your position, but it's not looking good.
What? One of the last times I was on Discord, we went through this whole thing, and then every Glober just got quiet. So, I mean, it's all good.
Yeah, just like you made a NASA employee cry.
Yeah, that's literally videoed. It's literally on video. Have you not seen it?
No.
Yeah, he literally cried when he debated me for 2 hours, and then when it came down to like, I'm like, look, brother, I understand that like
Yeah, I
space
heard the
is cool
story. I
and you
have the
love it.
recording of the story. I've just never seen the thing.
Yeah. It's recorded, man. It's when we went to the rocket launch in Florida.
Put it on the list that you have to of the things that you have to send me.
No.
No? Okay.
It's online. It's online, man.
Well, give me the link then.
Dude, brother, go find it, man.
How?
Is that Geos? Is that the dude that started breaking down?
Is it titled "I make a NASA employee cry"? Probably not, right?
No, this was like a guy that was an astrophotographer for NASA, and he was a little bit late getting to the facility. So they're like super, like you can't come in once a certain time, but when they're going to shoot a rocket. So he had to actually go where the public was to take the pictures. And so I started talking to him, saw his credentials and whatever. He's decked out in his NASA gear. And he starts debating me because I'm saying, like, dude, this isn't actually going to space, man. I talked to him about the second law of thermodynamics.
That's adorable.
A bunch of different things. And then ultimately I end up telling him, like, he's just getting, like, dunked on left and right. Obviously, like, someone that's not ready for that is just not ready for that, right? I mean, he doesn't have an answer for the second law of thermodynamics and all this. But then I end up just saying, like, look, he's kind of just started getting to where he was, like, realizing, oh my God, like I a lot of this does make sense. And I said, look, brother, I was just like heart to heart him, right? And it made him tear up and cry.
Dude, I
and
have a recording of the story. I play it as a skit on my show. What I need is the evidence of it.
Okay, well, I'm just telling the other guy that didn't know. I'm saying, so I told him, like, look, man, I said, look, man, it's actually like a beautiful thing, right? I mean, the earth not moving means it's in the center, and it just means that he told me he was a believer. So when he told me that, that's when I like hit him heart to heart, right? I'm like, look, it just turns out that the scriptures are literally true and like literally viable. And I mean, it just is what it is. And so it tells you that there's a firmament. And I'm like, dude, that is not why I think this. Okay. I just found out that the evidence shows that the earth isn't what they told us. And what do you know? This ancient book that made a bunch of super bold claims all of a sudden can't be disproven again. And
what, the Bible?
It wasn't Anvil, was it?
The Bible can
Anvil?
be easily disproven, dude. It's trivial.
I was there for Anvil.
Yeah, dude. I offered to have that debate with you, and you said you didn't. You didn't want.
We're just some random guy. Like we went and documented a rocket launch in Titusville, right? And there was it was just like impromptu because what we were doing is basically just like we wanted to document it like in infrared and stuff, and then we were just talking to people around, being like, because it's like weird and creepy. If you ever do a rocket launch, there's always like a handful of people there that are like you literally acting like they're in church. And like crying and like it's so creepy and weird.
Do you know that Astronomy Live tracked Artemis 2 all the way to the moon and back?
I'm sure he claimed he did.
Well, yeah, that's a big claim, buddy.
He did it on a live stream,
like a twinkle in the sky. That was in and out.
So,
the silence of conversation. Thank you very much.
You said that it's a problem that we can't like make the center of the Earth in a lab. That's some kind of a problem for the globe.
Yeah, well, it just can't be replicated in a lab. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Can you replicate the dome in a lab where you have like 0.01 atmospheres of pressure at the edge?
What?
Because you can't. Yeah. Can you make the pressure gradient go from 14.7 to 0.1 in a lab?
You absolutely could. You could just do it with magnetic field. Do you not know that we literally do that? Do you not know that we use magnetic fields as vacuum? Did you not know that we use magnetic fields as vacuum chambers effectively?
Yeah. Can you make a pressure gradient from 14.7 to 0.1 inside one?
Well, time out. First of all, how do you think that would work? If I use a magnetic field and it was to contain gas pressure, right? Which of course ultimately has to have a full physical container outside that. If the air closer to the magnetic field going to be the same density as the air further away from it? Yes or no?
Oh, so you can show it. Show it in a lab.
Okay. Can you answer my question? If I have a magnetic field and it's containing gas pressure, would the gas that's closest to the magnetic field have the same density as the gas that's further away from the magnetic field?
How do you use a magnetic field to contain gas?
Bro, obviously the answer is no, because the force is going to be obviously like affecting the density. The density is going to be inversely proportionate to the distance from the magnetic field.
So how do you use a magnetic field to contain gas?
Well, we have like plasma, magnetic field, vacuum chambers, effectively.
So we live in plasma.
You get the problem is like I'm trying to look up all these different.
I'm talking about air.
Back for other
talking about air.
Yeah, brother. What do you think? You didn't know that that's gas pressure?
No, we don't live in plasma, right? You don't breathe plasma now.
Oh my God, what does that have to do with anything?
You said that we can't replicate the center of the globe, and you can't replicate the atmospheric gradient that we have.
Well, I'm not claiming I've ever done it. Wait. Are you saying that? Are you claiming that you can't have a gradient unless there's no container?
No, but he's being dishonest.
I'm saying that you can't. I'm saying that you can't.
Yeah, your model cannot be done.
No, I know what he's saying. I know what he's saying, right? But like, here's the thing, right?
The other model could be reproduced. You could make.
Let's just think about this logically. Can you have a pressure gradient in a container?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so you're asking a specific question.
Can I have a magnetic field? Can I have a magnetic field with dynamo?
I don't even need a magnetic field.
Let me overtalk. Okay, go on.
You're over talking. So we don't need a magnetic field. So let's just say 14.7 to like really, really, really low, right? At what point is it? Okay, just say 0.1. At what point is it exactly that you're saying it isn't attainable with a container?
You can't replicate it in a lab, is my claim.
Oh, at what point?
Well, let's say 10 meters, you have 14.7 on one side, and then 10 meters from that, you have 0.1. Can you demonstrate that?
Why would it need to be within 10 meters? But you're not answering my question.
Because it's in a lab.
You're admitting that we can have a gradient in a container. Okay, so that means that the gas pressure is going to be higher on one part of it than the other part of it. And I'm asking you, at what point is that no longer possible? Because you understand that physics scales, right? So it's like you're admitting it's possible, but you're just saying that at some arbitrary point that you've yet to specify, it's no longer possible.
What did you say is impossible for us to do in a lab about the globe or the center of the globe?
Oh, just to replicate like the fundamental physical claims of the core. So either how like the Curry point, how it moves, the velocity and composition. Like there's multiple parts of the core that like literally just the fundamental physical claims of the core are like literally impossible to replicate because it's physically impossible.
Yeah. Why? Because it doesn't scale.
No, what? Multiple things, right? You can't sustain a magnetic field at those temperatures and velocities.
With a dynamo effect, we can, though, right?
No. Not at those temperatures and velocities.
No, the movement of electrons always creates a magnetic field at any temperature. And the thing with the Curie point, it simply has to do with permanent magnets holding a magnetic field. But that's the temperature limitation does not apply to electrical current generated magnetic fields.
It is impossible to replicate what they need the core of the Earth to be with the temperatures and velocities that they claim that the core is.
The evidence for that has been provided, though.
You said that it's impossible with those variables.
Yes,
you said that it's impossible with those variables, but you can't do the pressure gradient with the variables. So
why are you saying you can't do it? Why are you saying you can't do it? So what I'm invoking is something that they've literally tried to do at the highest levels of physics with unlimited funding. And then you're conflating the fact that I haven't done something with the fact that it's physically impossible. Can you explain logically why it's physically impossible?
You said something is impossible. You said
because it's literally been
asked for you to get evidence of the globe or the dome.
It's literally been attempted at the highest levels of laboratories. No,
they did it with it. Yes, the evidence is in the side chat, in the actual in the white chat.
Okay.
I'm
No,
still waiting for your paper.
I know. I'm about to have to find it.
Uh-huh. But don't say that it hasn't been done, because I have the evidence
No, it
that
hasn't.
it has been done.
Dude, you think I don't know that they've attempted to replicate the core and then they've sacrificed the actual ratios and the velocity temperature ratios and stuff like that to show that in theory the fundamental mechanism works, which everyone knows that obviously in theory the dynamo effect can be real. That isn't the actual dispute, though.
So is there issue that they simply weren't able to recreate it on a scale model, or is your claim that it's just physically not even possible on the full scale real Earth?
Well, I mean, they can't show that even with the ratios that it's physically possible. So I'm even yielding.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to literally replicate the entire core. I'm saying like you can't even in good faith. I'm obviously yielding. Like if you have the proper ratios, like the proper velocity, the proper temperature, the proper motion,
Different mass.
You cannot do it.
They actually did.
But do you recognize that something might work on a Earth-size scale, but would not work the same on a lab-size scale, just like the thing of 14.7 to 0.05 psi or whatever?
Wait, what? This is the problem, right? Like I'm trying to go over here and read through papers and look up stuff, and then everyone's asking multiple questions. Well, what was your question?
Do you recognize that a certain physical phenomena might work on a Earth-size scale, but not on any lab scale?
Why?
So it is your position then that anything that would work on a globe-size scale would also work that way on a lab-size scale?
Well, I'm saying physics scales, right? So like, you do not understand how any of this works. Like, it's like you guys haven't actually investigated the core, and it's well known that we don't know how it works and that there are competing models and they're constantly changing it, trying to figure out the fundamental mechanisms of the magnetic field, how it's sustained, etc. And when they try to replicate some of the models, like the most popular ones, they fall apart in the lab. They just simply don't actually work. They can't get.
You said that physics scales, but then you jumped into plasma when I was talking about the atmospheric rate.
Well, I just brought up a random thing that even like a force can actually create a gradient, but then I'm like, well, there's no reason to do that. Like, so can a freaking container. And even with the plasma example that I brought up, which is what the Globers used to run around and share all the time to try to show gas pressure without a container, right? In that example, of course, it's ultimately in a container. Like it's sorted out with plasma and/or magnetic fields within a container.
Can you scale it down and show a demonstration of it in lab?
That is scaled down
with air.
Are you talking about the tokamak reactor?
It is air. What do you think? What do you think? You don't. It is air.
What, plasma is air?
The tokamak reactor?
No. What the? Oh my god. What?
Are you talking about the tokamak reactor when you were talking about the plasma thing?
I'm not sure. Whatever the Globers love to invoke for years. I don't know the name of it. Whatever the Globers have invoked for years. That is like.
Yeah.
Whenever they're trying to show gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, it's a plasma reactor that is contained by magnetic fields.
Okay.
So you agree now that we can have gas pressure without a container?
No, because that is inside of a physical container.
No, the containment is magnetic fields, which is like force.
No. It's actually in a physical container, though. The entire thing is.
No, but the plasma is floating in the middle.
Yeah, plasma's not gas.
Magnetic fields. And I can show you. I will post it. I will post it right now. I can show you
it's
how
definitely.
You can also have, for example, liquid oxygen in a magnetic field, which just float there and it forms tiny beads. So
okay, first of all, the only reason I even invoked that was the idea if there's some type of container and there are like a physical container and then there are forces involved, right? Then that would actually affect a gradient. The point is that just with a physical container alone, we know that we can have a gradient. So there's no reason to think that you couldn't have a gas pressure gradient from 14.7 psi to very, very, very low pressure, right, inside of a physical container. This idea that that's physically impossible is the craziest thing I've ever heard.
So plasma is not gas. What are the four states of matter?
Yes,
what are the four
plasma is
states matter? Yeah, it's solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. So when we're asking, we're telling you gas pressure without a container, you're bringing up plasma. Plasma is not gas. It's ionized gas, but it's not gas.
But now that we know that forces can contain gas, if there's gas pressure everywhere,
that isn't gas.
I didn't
It's a
say
different type
like
of
forces
matter,
can
bro.
contain gas. I said that forces can affect the gradient.
Sure, so then we can have a universe that has a container around it, and we can have gas pressure everywhere in the universe, right?
Well, thank you. Gas pressure requires a container.
So you need a container. We need a container on the Earth to have the gas pressure we have here.
No, but why? Because there's pressure outside of the Earth. 10 to the negative 17 is in outer space.
Well, you just now started invoking 10 to the negative 17 tour in outer space. Did we really get there?
That's pressure, right?
That's just your model that you believe in.
Yeah, but it's pressure, so there's no problem with it.
What do you mean there's no problem with it?
Because that's pressure, and we have pressure here, and we know that forces can create gradients. We don't have any issue with
What? No, if you
universe.
don't have a physical container, the gas pressure would fill the available space. Do you not even understand the argument?
Wait.
There is gas pressure in space, right? You said that you can have gas pressure
But
gradients
it would
inside a
fill
container.
the available space, though.
I'll debunk that very quickly. At sea level, 1 atmosphere's pressure, the top of Mount Everest, 0.3. Why isn't the pressure from sea level rushing up to fill up the available space if we're contained?
Awesome. Super simple, multiple reasons. One is that we have an electric gradient on the Earth, right? For starters.
So?
How does that affect the gas?
Yeah, so
how does electricity affect gas? That's your question?
Yeah, it makes it glow.
Wait, you didn't know? Wait, time out. You didn't know that electrical charges can affect the dispersion, velocity, and direction of gases?
How?
What? Because there's a literal physical interaction with it and an impedance? I mean, there are actual generators there are literal generators that run off of this principle.
So if I have like a huge battery and then an empty battery, is the pressure different?
Because I know exactly what you're talking about. Do you know the amperage of that atmospheric current?
That you don't know what I'm talking about. You think I'm talking about.
I do know exactly what I'm talking about.
That's why you interrupt me. That's probably why you interrupt me.
Oh, are you?
You don't know what I'm talking about. You think I'm talking about the little Corona motor that's tied to a balloon with a string. I'm not talking about that though. So you're completely wrong.
That's not you're talking about the Feynman lecture about atmospheric electricity. The problem is that current
No, I'm not.
That current is 10 to the negative 12 amperes. You can't even light an LED bulb of that.
Come on, see? So you don't know what I'm talking about.
Right.
You must
so
be
you're
trained to do maintenance on the mainstream
Feynman
infrastructure.
lecture, right? Dude, I've seen you do this for so long.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not trying to
citing about a generator. There's a generator that uses I forgot exactly what it's called. It's a certain type of wind, like ionic wind, and it creates electricity. It has nothing to do with what you just talked about. Nothing to do at all with that. So you thought you knew what I was going to talk about, and you were wrong.
Yeah, you were citing the Feynman lecture, and you pivoted because I got you because I know your game.
The guy was talking about, we were talking about gas and if it could be affected by electricity. And I explained, yes, there are little generators that run off of this, and it's called ionic wind, I believe.
Can we add that to the list of things that you're going to send me?
Well, why can't you Google stuff?
Well, I mean, you know how whenever I make a claim, I immediately post the evidence because I'm very.
An ionic wind generator, also known as electrohydrodynamic thruster, is a device that generates airflow using only electricity that and high voltage electric fields.
High voltage electric field.
Ionized winds, or is it ionic winds?
We have those winds.
Ionic winds refer to the flow of charged particles induced by electrostatic forces or emitted allegedly from celestial bodies. So it's a real phenomenon, ionic winds on the Earth, and there are generators that just utilize that, which is dope.
Hold on, you said that there's ionic winds on Earth.
Yes.
They're not.
Oh. Can you read the citation again?
Sure. Ionic winds refer to the flow of charged particles induced by electrostatic forces or emitted from celestial bodies.
So yeah,
there's gas emitted from celestial bodies now.
No. Induced by electrostatic forces, or so it's on Earth. I mean, we
And
literally
it requires high voltage.
Okay, terrestrial ionic wind. On Earth, ionic wind is the airflow generated when a high voltage, typically thousands of volts, is applied to sharp electrodes. The intense electric field strips electrons from neutral air molecules, creating a corona discharge. These newly formed ions are violently repelled by one electrode and attracted by another. As they collide with neutral air molecules, they transfer from their momentum, creating a silent moving breeze without any moving mechanical parts. Applications. This technology is utilized in electrostatic air filters, specialized silent cooling fans for electronics, and even experimental ionic thrusters for aircraft wings designed to achieve no moving part flight.
Mm-hmm.
And we have that kind of electric field around the Earth, and that causes a pressure gradient, right?
So do you see what you do? Like, you make claims, and then when debunked, you just move to the next claim, right? Like you tried to act like you were debunking me because it only happens on other planets and not on the Earth. So then I had to read all that, and then instead of acknowledging it, you just immediately shifted to something else. And the other problem is that I'm trying to look up like 7 citations now. And then
I mean, if you have I have all my citations ready.
I don't really care, though. I don't care what you have.
But that's on you, not on me. Like, it's not my fault that you're not prepared.
No, the point is that all you guys do, right, is you sit there just desperately looking for, you say nuh-uh to everything that you haven't researched thoroughly, and then demand that instead of you going and researching it, I must go get all of it for you, or you can pretend it isn't true. And in a formal debate, stop interrupting me. In a formal debate, you support your evidence. This isn't a formal debate. For one, in a formal debate, it isn't 7 v1 people do like what he does right now, where he just speaks all through the middle of me because a moderator would stop him. It's also not 7 people tag teaming somebody, constantly cutting off their sense. Like, let me catch him on another point.
Yeah,
this isn't a formal debate. I don't work for you. I don't have to run around grabbing citations every single time. You just say nuh-uh.
No, that's not what happens, because I super chatted you trying to set up an actual debate because I've been wanting to debate you for the longest time and you always run away from me.
No one's running away from you. You've shown a total.
So we're going to set up a formal debate.
Why I don't debate you right now. You demonstrate a total inability to show basic restraint, to have any type of like decorum. So why would I? Because what you are is just super thirsty for any type of clout or attention. So why would I? And what's even funnier is I definitely wouldn't do anytime soon. Now I haven't debated someone in so long. Like of course you would want me to like debate you as like my comeback debate. If you could show any type of professionalism, right, or restraint, that would be different. But you openly admit that your intention and purpose is to disingenuously troll people, hoping to get a reaction out of them. And that is lame.
I never citation, please. When did I admit that?
Citation? What the hell?
You say it all the time.
Are you serious?
You say that you're trolling all the time.
Instead of saying that,
no, I never said. I never. Excuse me. I never said.
I'm not attacking him. I'm explaining why I don't.
I never said that I'm troll.
him.
I have fun with stuff, but if we have a serious debate, I'll have a serious debate.
Hey, why would he debate you? He was just talking about gas pressure without a container, and you bring up plasma.
That wasn't me.
No, that's what Witsit brought in.
No, you totally misrepresented what I'm saying, though, right? Like you just I did bring that up earlier, but I was just explaining that forces can affect the gradient. And just in general, we already know that we can have gas pressure gradients within physical containment. Duh, because in reality, you can't even have a gas pressure gradient without a physical container, because the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is physical containment, which I mean is literally in the freaking word pressure. It presses on the walls of a container. Gas pressure is literally the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container, right? Of course you need that physical containment to have a gas pressure gradient, because that's delta X, a change in X, a change in gas pressure. You must have the X before you can have a change in it, right?
That is lovely. You know that the pressure also would apply to the molecules pressing on each other?
Come on, bro.
The silence of concession. Thank you very much.
Wait, what? No, you didn't rebut anything I said.
I did.
Wait, can you have gas pressure without a physical container?
Yeah.
Give me an example.
The atmosphere.
Begging the question.
Hold on. Witsit. Wait.
Begging the question.
When you ask,
I love your lame rescue devices.
When you ask for the demonstration of gas pressure without a container, how can we show it to you?
You can't.
You can't, because it doesn't exist. It's literally
and show me the Earth. Show me the Earth as flat. Remember that we're on a globe.
We have physical empirical measurements of the surface consistently.
That's on a globe.
All plane survey measurements, engineering utilizing plane survey measurements in order to actually build things like bridges and runways and railways. Like literally, you can't even exist in the world that you exist in without the utilization of a flat Earth.
Does Oakley know that
we're living on a globe, so you need a globe.
What are you talking about?
Does Oakley know that you're stealing his mantra?
Bro, if
I've
you
never
can't
heard
beat him
Oakley say that in my
facts
entire
or
life.
logic, just don't do that.
Dude, I do
Basically,
both
what you
things.
guys
I have fun with
have
it,
to
and
say
I
is like,
also bring the
yes, we
evidence.
utilize the Earth as though it's flat for all practical purposes in the real world.
I mean,
but really, it's on a globe. Trust me, bro. And it's like, okay, cool, man.
It is
we
just
don't.
an American
We utilize the
repackaging
Earth
of
as
Oakley.
we utilize the Earth as it is a globe.
No. Actually, we measure
Yes,
plane
we actually
plane survey does not account for any alleged curvature.
Yes,
what is plane surveying?
Surveying a plane.
Why would you survey it if it's already flat?
Surveying that is done from a
Are you
plane, buddy.
stupid? Did you think that was a slam dunk? Why would you survey it if you already know it's flat? Is that your question?
No.
Yeah, you said that plane surveying is done on a plane surface.
No,
Why would you
it's done
survey
from a
something that you
plane.
know is already flat?
Do you not know the answer to your own question?
You can't be serious with that fucking question, dude.
I
Just
love
think
that you
about what
don't
asked.
understand
That's why I asked.
plane
What is
surveying
plane surveying?
Now think a little harder.
Plane surveying, you know that it means that it's done on a plane, that the plane is doing the surveying, the aircraft.
That is incorrect, man.
Okay.
Oh my God.
It's in the name of, it's in the definition of the word plane.
This is what I mean
It's
about you
plane.
trolling, dude.
Right.
Yeah, you said.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
you
plane
said that there's no
surveying is
problem.
a technique used to measure and map features on the Earth's surface under the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat.
Yes, it's assumption.
Okay, so when I said, yeah, it doesn't utilize any alleged curvature, and you said, no, that you were wrong.
I didn't say no. Why are
Plane
you lying?
surveying
There's no reason to
is
lie.
a method of measuring and mapping features on Earth's surface. So when you're like, why would you have to survey it if you know it's flat? Do you know the answer now?
Yeah, it's assuming that it's flat.
Okay. So what's your point?
It's just an assumption.
Okay, and guess what? The physical empirical measurements verify.
Okay, look, I was wrong. It's not from a plane. That was my bad.
Yeah, it's all good things.
Yeah, it's not fine. Oh.
Yeah, contrary
It's
to you,
commonly
I can
utilized
admit
for
when
small
I'm
and
wrong.
mapping projects, such as those related to construction, archaeological sites, and infrastructure developments. The process involved using instruments like the plane table and theodolite to accurately determine distances and angles, ultimately creating a detailed and scaled map. What's even more interesting than that, right, is that we use it for up to like 100 square miles. And whenever...
We'll see, 100
square miles.
100 square miles, which is 10 miles square.
I know what square means, buddy. And then when we're doing like larger projects than that, we actually just connect freaking plane surveys. Like we literally just connect them. We just do another one, then do another one. So it's like, yeah, literally the world that you exist in and the way that it's built is all utilizing flat Earth measurements. Literally, factually, objectively.
Use the dimensions of the globe to navigate. So obviously.
So you just deflected something else, talking about navigation, where you have certain different methodologies that assume the Earth's a globe. Well, that's not what we were talking about. I said that like the entire world that you utilize, right? The physical built infrastructure of the world, runways, railroads, railway, like everything, bro. Roads, bridges.
You know
that's not true.
You know that we
It is
have an
true.
example of this. Whenever you draw a circle in paint, the circle is not actually circular. It's made of smaller, like actual pixels, which are squares. So that doesn't make your point, right? Because you can treat a sphere as very small straight portions. And
That's
paint
what you
demonstrates.
believe.
means?
Paint demonstrates that
means,
I can
Max?
demonstrate it with paint right now. I can draw a circle.
Oh my
which
God!
I
Do you
will
understand
do
what
in-
concentric
yeah.
means, dude?
Yeah, ever heard of an analogy? So I can draw a circle in Paint, and now I will take a screenshot of it, and I will post it to the
Like,
chat.
I don't
And
really
this
miss a lot of
circle,
this, right? I'll be real.
this circle is,
Dude, you're drawing
this
a vector
circle,
line anyway.
this circle is composed of many straight lines.
It's irrelevant. A circle
it's a
is
circle.
concentric. Dude, go Google
But
the
you
word
can zoom
concentric.
in, and each individual pixel is a straight line. Huh?
Yeah, Google the word concentric. You're wasting time.
Isn't that
Your statement is meaningless.
Yeah, concentric has nothing to do with this.
Has nothing to do with a circle.
No, it has nothing to do with the like circle being made up of squares or pixels on the screen.
No, it's
no,
made
but
up of
Witsit was
points.
saying that if we
path
treat
distance
10
from the center
square
point.
miles as straight, and then we do that for the next one over, that means that the Earth is flat. And I am giving a perfect analogy that no, because Paint draws circles as very tiny segments of straight lines, and it's still a circle.
Okay, and now walk that process of logic out. Therefore, all circles are straight lines.
The silence of concession. Thank you very much.
We diverted from the gas pressure slightly because
because we went into
forces
I'll shut up.
That's what you guys are always doing, desperately looking for a gotcha because you get debunked back to back to back to back, and then we all just act like it didn't happen.
Yeah, you said that you debunked me when I didn't make a claim, but like how when you said that forces can contain gas, what's the problem with
I didn't say
us?
that.
And you did say that. You said that forces can contain gas.
Within it, I specifically said still within physical containment.
Sure. Yeah. So there's no problem with us having gas pressure here, and then there being like 10 to the negative 10 outside of the Earth, because that's still gas pressure, and we have forces containing the gas on the Earth.
No, no, dude, no. Again, just like you said, plasma is not gas pressure, right? And all I was explaining was that the forces are not containing it. It's simply like I invoked it to explain that it affects the gradient distribution. That's the 7th time I've said that. 7th time, easily, maybe more than that. And the reason,
there's a gradient.
Okay, for example, can you still man the actual argument about the issue with having gas pressure on the Earth adjacent to a near perfect vacuum? Can you still man the problem? Can you still man the argument?
I don't probably no, because there's no claim of no pressure anywhere. So there's just a gradient. So where's the problem?
Who said no pressure? When did I just say no pressure?
No, I didn't say that. I said that I don't see a problem with it because we don't.
But do you not know what still manning is? It isn't about what you see a problem with.
Yes, I said that I don't see your problem.
No,
I can't still man it because I don't see it.
Okay, so you're saying you fundamentally don't comprehend the argument you're claiming to debunk. And this is kind of
I'm not claiming to debunk anything. I'm asking you what the issue is.
So you're saying after all this time, you don't even know the argument about what the issue is.
I know that flat earthers say that you can't have gas pressure next to no gas pressure without a container.
Okay. No, you can't have gas pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr without physical containment. The second law of thermodynamics necessitates that entropy will increase, the amount of usable energy will decrease, and the gas pressure will fill the available space.
So if you have 14.7 psi next to 1 psi, would that also be a violation of the second law?
No, because once again, you have to have physical containment to have the gradient in the first place.
Hold on. 14.7 next to 1. Is that okay? Can we have that?
No, it wouldn't be next to it. No, it would fill the 1.
Okay. So when we actually have that in the gas pressure gradient that we are in, how can we have that with the second law?
Well, we have a physical container that's containing the gas pressure. And then what we have is gases constantly being produced at the surface level. Right? So they're constantly being produced. Wait, gas isn't being produced by at the surface?
What's producing gas?
Wait, so you guys didn't know that?
No, it's
okay.
Not
So
hold on, what is producing gas?
If I start to explain something and then you both just sit here like little children and impulsively interrupt me, desperately trying to get a gotcha, I'm just not going to do it.
Are you going to cry about it?
No, I'm just not going to do it. So,
Gas
and
is not
I'm just
produced.
giving you guys a heads up because we're not playing this game where you're pretending to want the answer, but really you're just desperately looking for a gotcha because I don't do this anymore. Like I don't miss that part of it at all. Okay. But I will give you your answer. So let's just talk about this like logically, right? So do we agree that gas is being produced at the surface level? Okay. So do trees and vegetation produce gas?
No.
No.
Okay.
No, because
So he's a
they cycle
retard.
gas.
So anyone else?
Hold on. They
what
take
do
in
plants
CO2
do?
and release O, so they bind more gas. They take the carbon out of the gas and release the oxygen. So they take in more gas than they produce.
So they release.
Okay, so it is being produced. Okay, so are animals?
No, they take in more than they release. So there's a net negative there.
So you're saying I'm saying it's being produced. You're saying no, and then you're saying, well, yes, but, and making an additional point that's unrelated, which is called a non sequitur.
Can you produce something if you take more in than you release?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, just like my exports can be larger than my imports as a country. That doesn't mean I didn't export anything. Right? My imports can be,
but there's no creation.
Brother, my input. Oh, no creation. No, what you're saying is that
if you take in more at the same time.
Oh my god, this is like I'm just losing brain cells, bro. Like I gave one example of something, which was the plants. I expected us to not be children, right, and just say, of course. When he said it wasn't being produced, I just gave a quick example to show how ridiculous his claim was. Because then I was just going to continue to explain that there are multiple things that are going on at the surface level, right? So I don't need you to start frantically trying to explain that you think that plant that there's not
we don't
net
need
output.
to go to the specific.
It's not even true though. Plants produce way more oxygen than they take in, way more gas than they take in.
That is false.
At least that's what mainstream says. I just googled it. I don't know.
That is just
So wait,
false.
so what you're saying is if I stuck a plant in a sealed glass container, it would create a vacuum? Is that what you're assuming, insinuating, Mole Man?
Oh, no. The pressure would probably be close to the same, so it doesn't produce anything.
So then your point was
because it's not a
cycle.
production, it's a cycle. It cycles.
Yeah, it's a cycle.
That was my whole point, right? That's the whole point. He's trying to act
so they
like
don't
there's
produce
some big,
anything.
He's acting like there's some big gotcha. No, I said that there's surface level, there's gas being produced at the surface level. And then you guys tried to dispute that. And then I had to start talking about just one example. So I'll just Google it for you because apparently that's the only time you guys listen. Once you hear me read Google, then it's becoming true now, right? So yes, many gases are produced, released, and constantly cycling right at the Earth's surface level. Wait, so now you guys are going to pretend you knew the whole time that gas was being produced at the surface level? Is that what's going to happen?
No, I still hold that it's not being produced, that it takes in CO2 and breaks the molecule up.
Oxygen.
Yeah, but now you're ignoring
so it's not
entropy,
produced,
dude.
it's just a transformation.
You're just going to go down the route of fucking over unity. That's where you're going to end up.
Cycle.
Like
it's not
like
produced.
if it doesn't,
just the water
if it doesn't output
cycles
what it inputs, therefore it's not outputting anything.
So wait, is it? Let me ask you a question.
Dumb, dude. Dumb beyond.
Let me ask you a question. Is the plant producing oxygen? Yes or no?
No, it's not producing.
Not producing.
So is it taking in oxygen and throwing out oxygen?
No, it's
taking in
CO2
and light, converting it to glucose, and then creating oxygen.
It's not creating, it's cycling it.
Yeah.
No,
let's try something simple.
So
Let's try
CO2. Is CO2 oxygen?
No,
it's gas.
That's right, but it's not oxygen.
Yeah, this is what's so annoying, right? It's like
they don't want to admit it, but it off gases. They're getting hung up on pedantic words right now instead of just focusing on the point that Witsit's making.
Correct, and the reason is because they're trying to act like there's some contradiction here when we say that gas pressure requires a container, and then they're saying like, oh, really? Then how can the 14.7 be on the surface whenever there's less at the top of Mount Everest? Wouldn't that fill the available space? And then when I go to actually answer how ridiculous that is and the actual processes that occur on Earth to explain why we have a gradient, they start frantically freaking out, looking for any pedantic or semantic obfuscation or to try to act like they're disputing it because they're all just afraid of us actually getting to that conclusion.
You don't have to gaslight every time.
No one's gaslighting anybody.
I mean, we can gaslight
You're not
too.
scary
but
at all with it.
So here's the deal.
If anything, you are scared of me.
I'm going to try to explain it when you're acting like you guys still don't understand this after years. Okay, so there's lots of gas being produced at the surface level, and it's cycling out all the time, right? Also, gas is like being forced down, right?
Why?
And I'm about to explain it. So you guys would love to try to claim that if there's some magical force that's not a force and bending magical concepts or whatever called gravity, but that's not actually what it is. We have an electrical gradient on the earth, right? And also the ocean and like the soil, the earth itself absorbs gases, which is well known. It's just a fact. They absorb huge amounts of carbon dioxide and oxygen directly from the air, the ocean, and the ground. Okay, then you have all the plant consumption of gases and the cycling and the production. If you want to be so pedantic about it, I couldn't care less. Then you also have, of course, the animals, the organisms. So you have this complex system that's constantly cycling gases, keeping most of them there at the surface, just cycling in and out, right? And you also have gases being absorbed by the ocean and the ground. And you have an electrical gradient going down towards the earth with a small electrical current down towards the earth, but that would just create a bias, and it helps facilitate and basically sort everything out, right? So we would expect to see a more dense portion of the atmosphere at the surface, but in order to have a gradient, to have a gas pressure gradient, you would have to have gas pressure first. Gradient is just a change in the gas pressure, so it doesn't in any way rebut the argument, and that's like 2015 stuff.
What's the problem with the contained universe having gas pressure everywhere?
Okay, because if your model was true, and I asked you to still man this to save us time, you said you couldn't. It's insane, right? If there was a globe Earth with gas pressure, the way that they claim, and then it was within this ever-expanding universe with a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? You would have the gas pressure on Earth adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. It would fill the available space. So the universe
why
is so
doesn't it
vast.
fill it now?
It's contained.
It's not.
No, but why doesn't the 14.7 down here go to what's like 100 kilometers now? Why doesn't it rush there?
Dude, I just explained it.
Yeah, except the problem.
And why doesn't that work on a globe?
Because the gas pressure wouldn't be contained.
No, it would, because if the universe is contained, then every gas molecule is contained inside the universe. But I don't see the problem.
The universe isn't contained. The universe is expanding in your model.
Yeah, and even if it wasn't, you still have a perfect vacuum.
I don't agree with what this guy says, but that being said,
you're just moving the container at that point.
There are inert gases
saying
in the
there's no
atmosphere.
container.
And those gases, when they experience an electric current, they shine. That's how we get neon tubes.
Yeah.
So
it's essentially contained because it has to be. Is that right?
And gases don't automatically shine when there's an electric current. There's a.
It's contained because it has to be, right?
I was talking about the inert gases in the atmosphere. If what's holding them down
Wait, the other guy asked a question.
Electric current, then why don't the inert gases in the atmosphere shine? Like argon,
you're
neon.
just disputing.
It's fine. I interrupted.
Facts. The other guy asked a question. You're just disputing like facts that there's a measurable downward electric current on the Earth, and like sounds good, man. You got that, but
No, I'm not disputing that. I'm granting you that. I'm telling you, number one, that current is 10 to the negative 12 amperes. You can't even light an LED with that. And the other argument is that there are inert gases that shine, that glow when they are electrified, and that doesn't happen. I'm wondering why.
First of all, the little bitty amount that you're saying is what based on how many square meters?
I'm using the same citation you are, the Feynman.
But time out. You're acting like you know so much about it. So, okay, you should act like it's just so small for how many square meters?
The citation, it says, hold on, I'll double check.
All right.
He wants you to do math, Max.
And it's just not a good, it's just a retarded argument, acting like the downward electric current is so insignificant because you isolate a small, tiny portion of it and say, look, it wasn't even like this. Well, what about for the entire Earth? Like, come on.
For the entire, yeah, the problem is how does 10,000 kilometers away from me affect down here? That's why they do it per square mile or per square kilometer.
What is per square meter?
Yeah, whatever. Hold on.
Well,
I think it's weird that there's like a problem with the 14 point. There's problem with the 14.7 next to 4. There's no problem with that, but there's a problem with 4 next to 0.0001.
Okay, let's use a super simple explanation.
It says 10 to the negative 12 amps per meter squared.
I just said that.
Right. So
Okay.
if I am standing in a square meter, how does the square meter 10,000 kilometers apart affect me here?
Go ahead. Okay, you tried to bring up the amount as though it was so small it was inconsequential and negligible, but that's stupid. We're talking about the entire Earth and the downward bias that comes from it, right? So it's just like a very stupid point.
Again, how does 10,000 kilometers away from me affect the square meter that I'm standing on?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what that means.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You can't use the overall amperage of the whole Earth as a whole because unless you can give me a mechanism of how me standing in this cubic meter, in this square meter, how does something 10,000 kilometers apart affect me here? How does a current that is 10,000 kilometers away?
What are you talking about though? Like when did
you're not keeping up? That's adorable.
Buddy, what are you expecting me to explain here? 10,000 meters. What are you talking about? All I'm addressing is there's a downward electric current on the Earth. It's very simple. It's just factual. And you're not actually ready for the full answer of how it works within an etheric framework. You're spiraling right now. You're spiraling within this little materialistic conversation. You would go crazy.
Are spiraling right now.
Max, please stop cutting him off, bro.
I'm going to ask again.
You gotta stop.
You may not be tall enough to ride this ride, Max. Okay.
You gotta, just let it go, dude. There's downward cosmic energy from the heavens as well. You have to get into the actual background medium of the ether and what it is and what is everything else. The electrical current itself is a modality from that. Obviously, there's primary mover, primary motion, and then you have energy that's radiating from the sky, which is, of course, measured all the time, and your paradigm talks about it all the time as well. It's coming from
and where does the cosmic energy stop?
And
does it stop at the Van Allen belt?
Listen, man. There just seems to be like a downward pressure coming down to the surface of the Earth from above us, right? And even your paradigm acknowledges that. But the other guy asked a question about the actual. Yes, it does. Cosmic energy, cosmic rays. Come on, man.
Yeah,
the other guy asked some energy. The other guy, it comes all the way to the Earth. The other guy asked the question.
They stop at the Van Allen
belt. Oh my God! You say no, and say things that are patently wrong in your own paradigm, and then you find out you're wrong, and then you just do it again. So go look it up. So the other guy asked a question about the topic we were actually talking about, though, right? So let's just use a simple analogy. If we're in like a lab, right? We had a container. Do you agree that if we have like a container in a lab, we can have a gradient of gas pressure inside of it?
Yeah, I think we always do, yeah.
Okay. So if I take the top off of that container and it's inside of a giant vacuum chamber, what's going to happen to the gas that was inside the little container?
It will escape.
Okay. So you should be able to answer all your own questions now, right?
Yeah, if I have 14.7 psi in the container and let's say 10 outside of the container and I open the container, the gas will escape, and that doesn't happen in the atmosphere.
Most people don't know this, but there's always a constant 377 ohms in that vacuum chamber that can never be removed.
It's true, yeah. Impedance of free space.
But yeah, if I have 14.7 next to 10, the 14.7 will escape. And in the atmosphere, we have 14.7 and we have 10.
Is there a gradient inside of the container?
Yes.
Okay, so why doesn't the more dense gas, quote unquote, escape to the less dense portion?
In where? In the lab?
In the container.
Yeah, because of gravity, obviously.
Okay, so
gravity, obviously.
We're back to you believe in gravity. In fact, it's just that things intrinsically have weight. There's a downward electric bias.
Gravity of the gaps fallacy.
Yeah, I mean, then we have to get into what exactly is weight, and then, like we go down all these rabbit holes.
And you're running from your claim.
No one's okay. No one's running from anything. Okay, gravity really just comes from the word gravitas, which means heavy. So it means heaviness or weight.
But I wasn't talking about why we have it.
Weight equals mg. Yeah, you are when you talk about gravity. Weight
No, I'm
equals
not.
mg. Weight equals
You brought it up.
mg, which is just mass times little g gravity, which is simply downward acceleration. It isn't actually like the force or causal claim of gravity. It's just the quantification of the fact that things have an acceleration when they go
the force
down.
of gravity, though.
No, little g is not the force of gravity, even in your own paradigm.
Gravity's not a force.
On Earth, it is.
Why doesn't anything fall up?
No, it's not. Big G is the supposed causal mechanism, and it's not even a force, according to your paradigm. Little g is just us quantifying how fast something falls, which is roughly 9.8 meters per second squared. Little g is the effect. Big G is the cause. Okay. Little g could be replaced with A, just acceleration in your own paradigm. So literally, if you write it out and you do the math, right, that little g is going to be 9.8 meters per second squared. It's not going to be a force. Okay, so we have mg. So we have the fact that things fall at a certain rate, g. So no big deal. Just replace it with a. Doesn't matter. And then mass. And like, so what is mass, right? And if we look, what is mass?
Well, I mean, we have an explanation for it.
You're running.
We have an explanation. We have a mechanism and a model that works, right? We go with that
okay.
until
Oh my
there's
god. I know one's running from anything, right? Do you know what mass?
I didn't say you were
is,
running.
Though?
I didn't say you were running.
did.
No, I said he's running because I was asking why can we have 14.7 next to 4 in the atmosphere with no container?
What?
And in
No,
the
you
lab,
just didn't follow how I had you debunk yourself by bringing up how there was actually a gradient in the container according to your own admission, and I can just apply your same question back to you. Well, why didn't the more dense fill the less dense part of the container that has the gradient that you conceded to? And then you invoked gravity. So then I'm trying to explain to you, right? How
you ran. I asked you a question and you didn't answer.
You went to gravity of the gaps fallacy.
Yeah, you brought up gravity, and so this is the point. This is the point. This is actually super important though, because no, I'm not running for anything. Just you saying it, trying to bait me. Weight equals m times
trolling,
g.
dude. You know
weight
you're getting
equals
wrecked.
m times g. G is just the effect, downward acceleration. It's just quantified. Hey man, chill out, man. Mass
blah
equals
blah blah. All you just say is just stupid shit, dude. Shut
but
up.
guys, this is super. This is like super important because it's like the whole thing, right? Mass equals density times volume, right? So volume, we all know what that is. So basically, it's just the compactness of matter, right? That's what mass is. Like how much matter is compacted into a certain amount of space. That's all it is. So then it's like, okay, density. What is density? Compactness of matter. And then if you wanted to figure out what's the cause, which is what you guys are trying to set, you don't even realize that's what you're doing, but you're invoking a causal claim and then conflating big G and little g. But we're going to actually look for the causal mechanism, right? Hey, stop, man. We're going to actually, no, the guy just did it. No one's gaslighting anyone. He literally just did that. He just argued directly claiming that little g was a force. So if we look into density. I never said that. The other guy did, though.
The cause is mass attracting mass. You're conflating what I was saying.
He literally did.
The
so
cause
anyway,
of mass attracting mass.
Dude, oh my god. Okay, do you want to bet $1,000?
That's
you want to bet $1,000 that someone did say it? That he said that it was a force?
I think you're talking about me because you're saying I'm the other guy.
Yeah, but he's just claiming that nobody said it, even though
force
you
of
know
gravity
you said
at
it.
sea level.
Hey guys, I was almost done. Why do we do this? Can you chill,
bro? You listen. You called me out.
We're almost done.
The guy that set up the force of gravity at sea level. So go ahead.
Whatever, man. Okay. Weight equals mg. Okay. Very simple. G, just downward acceleration, is just the effect. A lot of Globers, they think that that's like the force of gravity. It's not just the effect. It's not even a causal claim at all. Okay. And my point I was making is like, but that shows you what are we looking for here with all of our questioning and our reasoning? Well, what's the fundamental cause, right? Okay, so mass equals density times volume. Density is the compactness of matter. So then if we're looking for the true primary cause of the phenomena of weight, then we need to know, well, what's the cause of the compactness of matter? Which means what is it that's holding the matter together to give it a certain compactness? And all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces in nature are electrostatic forces. So like
we don't need to know that. We can just measure based on what we know.
I'm almost done. The primary cause, like the primary causal mechanism of the phenomenon of weight, literally is the electrostatic charge that is holding the matter together.
Well, they'd call it the van der Waal interactions, which is similar, actually the same thing as the Casimir effect, which is 0 point energy, which is related to
what you're
magnetism.
doing, what you guys are doing is basically saying we need to know the cause of the Big Bang to know that the universe is expanding. That's what you're doing right now with gravity. We don't need to know what. Hold on a second. We don't need to know what holds the matter and creates the volume, which is the mass of the matter. We can just look at the mass. We can measure the mass, and we can attribute it to something else that we can measure based on where we're at at sea level or at other places throughout the solar system. Right? Like we can literally do descriptions, not
this goes right back
we don't
to
need
what
a prescription.
This goes right back to what the other guy brought up that started this whole conversation, which was he pointed out how he's new to flat Earth, but how he's new to flat Earth, but he realizes that so many of these globers fail to understand the difference in
Listen,
math.
don't help him, Pup, when you interrupt me, right? I wasn't done, but I'll let you go. Go ahead.
You were done. How they fail to understand the difference in math and science, and how math's like a language and it describes, and then science actually explains how things work, right? And they're not the same thing. And you're saying, well, we don't need to talk about actual science and how things actually work and what actually causes them and explain it. All we need is our descriptions mathematically. And then you turn around and you make causal claims at the end of it. So those aren't the same thing. Mathematical descriptions don't mean anything, and they don't in any way give you a truth.
What was the causal thing I said? Go ahead. What was the causal thing I said?
Well, the actual context of the conversation, you either were inputting with the conversation or you weren't, but the context was actually the causal mechanism for gravity. Yeah, like in someone saying it was a force in terms of the actual phenomena of gradients.
Yeah, we can take the mass and we can measure the force that it has, right? We can drop a toy race car in 6th grade science class.
But do you not get the point that I was explaining? You not get it? Like the point I'm explaining is that when you guys say gravity and then I explain you're just talking about weight, and that weight's just mg, and you guys think that little g is like this force that's pulling the gas down. That isn't correct. Little g is
He thinks that we deny the toy car falling in the classroom.
Wait a second. That's actually a positive claim. So what is your alternative? Go ahead.
I just explained it. I explained what it actually is.
You said it's incorrect. You said it's electrostatics, right? Like,
well, I just explained facts. Yeah, I just explained facts, right? Like,
but if it's
it isn't correct that it's gravity, so what is it?
That's right. I'm saying it's just a misnomer amongst a lot of people that don't fully understand their beliefs that little g is the actual cause, right? Like the force of gravity. Little g is just downward acceleration. It's the effect. Inside your own paradigm, it is just the effect of gravity. Okay?
Mass attracts mass.
Okay, but that's not little g, that's big G. Okay, and mass attracts mass isn't actually the claim of your paradigm anymore. That's been long outdated, right? Like gravity is not believed to be a force. It's believed to be the effect of the bending and warping of space-time, right? So
yeah, but guess what? It doesn't matter because mass bends and warps space-time based on its like literal amount of matter. Okay. So
that's just a belief that doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, you can't warp something.
Wait. Okay. Okay. Tell me what bends space-time then. Go ahead.
There is no space-time. Concepts don't bend.
Oh, wait a second. In our paradigm, there's not space-time and relativity?
Oh, in your
space
paradigm.
has no properties.
Well, what bends
something that has no properties?
What determines the magnitude of the bending?
But do you not get what you're doing? You're asking me about your paradigm.
I'm asking you a question. Yes.
You're asking.
I'm just asking you what.
You're asking me
what
place
determines
within your paradigm that we're falsifying, dude. It's so ridiculous. Like, and one of the
you're
easiest
not
ways
doing
to
an
understand.
internal critique. Hold on.
You've got to chill out.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this dance?
You're spiraling.
Stay within the internal critique.
Wait
a second. Wait a second,
bro. Chill out.
Wait a second. Just wait a second. Stay within the internal critique, right? What determines the magnitude of the space-time? The amount of space-time.
What? That's
our
an
paradigm.
Incoherent question. The amount of space-time?
Yeah. What determines the amount of bending of space-time? Right?
You're merging two things together that are both not things of themselves. Space
he's saying an internal critique. He's saying an internal critique, and like, yeah, of
that's
course
what you were
mass,
doing, and then you switched out of it.
No, I didn't switch up. But this is the thing about it, right? It's so easily debunked within your own paradigm, which is why so many people are proposing alternatives like Newtonian or modified Newtonian dynamics, right? Because if it actually was that, right, like the amount of curvature in the bending, which they're claiming is the phenomena referred to as gravity, it's based on the amount of mass. So very simple terms, right? Both Newtonian and Einsteinian, the concept of gravity always has been based on proportionate mass, that the gravity is proportionate to the amount of mass. That is thoroughly disproven and debunked to this point, right? When we make any observations,
you said right.
Yeah, you understand? I'm saying.
How is
correct?
it possible that relativity debunks itself? That's what you're saying right now.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is the belief that the phenomena referred to as gravity is based on proportionate mass has been thoroughly disproven in your own paradigm. And this has been done many ways, but if you just look at like celestial observations, for example, we consistently see that the force that's present that you guys are claiming acts like a force, you can treat it like a force, but it's actually not a force or whatever. It isn't proportionate to mass, which is why you guys have had to claim at this point that 87% of all of the matter, i.e. mass, in the entire universe is actually dark matter. That we don't know what it is, we can't find it, we can't see it, whatever.
That's fantastic. So it's like,
but all the matter
it's like
dark matter and dark energy. Dark matter and dark energy together. Well, let me just correct that with the percentage comment, right? Like dark matter and dark energy together make up like 96.5% of the whole universe. And then when it comes to the matter of the universe, they claim 87% of the matter is dark matter, right? Which shows you that like the amount of quote unquote gravity that would have to be present and exist to explain the phenomena we see in the sky, it requires so much more matter than is actually there if it was actually proportionate mass. It just simply isn't true. It isn't viable. But hey, check this out. You know what is viable? Some type of causal explanation that isn't. I'm almost done. Let's check this out. Something that isn't limited to proportionate mass would easily explain it. Something like magnetism, where I can have two magnets that are exactly the same size, and one magnet can be 1,000 times stronger than the other one, because it doesn't matter about the size or the amount of mass, right? It's based on the coherency. And so that would accurately explain galaxies, galaxy clusters.
The weight on Earth.
That's
well, that's the point. You guys have been brainwashed into believing that things falling on Earth, weight on Earth, is synonymous with the cause of things moving in the sky.
Explain to me one thing,
which is just a huge assumption. You've
talked for 11 years, okay? Just do me one favor. Explain to me how we can predict a solar eclipse 100 years in the future to the hour, maybe even to the minute.
Why would we not be able to do that?
Location.
Using the heliocentric model. Explain to me how we can do that.
What? Because we just made observations in a cyclical. Yeah, we just made
using the
observations.
serocycle.
Humans have been doing that for thousands of years, buddy. They've been doing this for thousands of years.
Is that right, Daislo? Okay, go ahead and go get your flat Earth measurements for the path of totality 100 years in the future.
It's just cyclical. Yeah, it's cyclical.
We might have a good understanding of gravity.
He just went through a non sequitur now.
Thank you.
You think that we have to have a good understanding of gravity to predict eclipses?
A question answer.
Come on, do you actually think that we need a good understanding of gravity to predict eclipses?
Yes, I do.
Well, you're incorrect.
To predict the path of totality. Okay, tell me how I'm incorrect. Go ahead.
No, tell me how, actually make your claim.
We can predict the path of totality 100 years in the future.
Okay,
the heliocentric model.
You said it requires a good understanding of gravity to do that. Go ahead and explain how that's the case.
That's correct, because we have to understand how orbits work, right?
No,
we don't. Okay, well, go ahead. Now you have the burden.
Okay. It's just the kinematic observation. It's cyclical. We don't actually have to have an understanding of the causal mechanism. This should be obvious since, again, you guys use Einstein. You don't even use, you use Newtonian equations. You don't even use Einsteinian equations for this.
By the way, about the flat Earth.
By the way, we don't need to. Yeah. What does the flat Earth predict?
So wait. So your claim is untrue when you claim that in order to predict the eclipses in the future, we have to have a really good understanding of gravity. You don't at all. It's just
I didn't say a really good understanding. By the way, you added really. I said good understanding.
Yeah,
but we don't. We don't need a good understanding. It's kinematic.
Hold on. Did I say really or did I say good?
Why would we need? Why I asked you specifically why we need a good understanding of gravity. Why? Okay, why do we need to? Okay, why do we need a dynamic claim of the orbits to predict an eclipse?
Why do we need a dynamic claim to predict an eclipse, right?
Yeah.
The answer is because we understand the three-body problem more than you give us credit for.
Oh my God, what? So you have some little point you think you're going to make? That's totally irrelevant. You don't need.
Then tell me how the flat Earth predicts it.
Oh, you're freaking out. You don't need dynamics.
Oh, I'm freaking out.
To predict. You don't need dynamics.
I'm freaking out because you don't have an answer to my question, bruh.
No, I'm literally totally disproving you right now, and you're freaking
Stop
out.
yourself from saying that. Can Witsit continue?
You don't need dynamics.
It would be nice if he wouldn't say I'm freaking out. Go ahead, Witsit. Explain yourself.
Well, he acknowledged
you kind of are, dude.
was continuing. Please continue.
You don't
Oh my
need
God.
dynamics to predict eclipses. It's kinematics, right? And we just make like inclination and ascension angle measurements and stuff like this. And we've just gotten more precise with the actual measurements of the moon and stuff. And we also know that you have to wait until a few weeks out for it to get really accurate. And it continues to be like polished and refined all the way leading up to the actual eclipse. So when you pretend that you can predict it 100 years in advance and it's like exactly accurate, that isn't true, right? Like it actually gets more and more accurate as it gets closer to the time of the eclipse. And we can't know exactly what it's going to be until it's about to be that time because we have to make like specific angle measurements to the moon typically, which varies. So
we know the path of totality. You won't deny that.
You have a general idea of what you think the path of totality is going to be, and then it moves around as you actually approach the eclipse, factually.
By how much?
Well, a few miles here and there.
Few miles.
You said that it's a cycle, not bad. But is the path of totality a cycle?
Wait, I don't get.
It's based on a cycle, yes.
I feel like all the Globers speaking have
so
the wrong.
Path is also a cycle for me.
The Globe has a map to predict these paths of totalities. The FE doesn't have a map, and any maps we've seen, those concepts don't actually work when accounting for the distances of the maps.
You can just basically draw your circles and spirals on on a flat Earth map, and then see when your sun and your moon are going to basically line up, and if so, factor eclipso.
Great contribution.
No, you just translate it. You just translate the positions onto like the GPs, spiraling GPs on a flat map, man.
Bro, just measure it using a flat Earth. No, it's not projections. No, it's not projections. Show us a flat Earth prediction.
No, it's literally maps are projections.
Oh, you're right. I'll agree with
Shane and Alan have already done this. In fact, I think Mordwan gave Shane $10,000 for making a prediction.
So yeah, he literally lost. Right? He lost the bet. He said he couldn't predict the eclipse without using the globe, and he did it and had to pay him thousands of dollars.
Yeah, it's too bad, huh?
But he used the globe.
No, he didn't, or he wouldn't have paid him thousands of dollars.
You're asking for.
Well, he did use the Baselian elements, right? He used the Baselian elements, which were derived from Newton's laws and Kepler's laws of orbit, right?
Well, why did you conflate those things? Kepler is kinematics. It's based on radii, right? It isn't based on any type of. It doesn't have. Wait, you don't have to have globe dimensions to see the radii of orbits. Do you understand that, right?
But the orbits are around the Earth, so it's not a flat disk.
It doesn't matter what the Earth is.
It does. It doesn't work.
It does not. Okay, so you guys don't even understand Kepler's laws, right? And this is like a you problem, but it's based on the radii, like the ratios and the relative positioning and the cyclical nature, the periodicity of the actual quote unquote planets. And that has nothing to do with whether or not the Earth is a globe, which is why I lost the bet and had to pay thousands of dollars. And what's even funnier than all of this, though, is that this started with the fundamental misunderstanding that we wouldn't be able to do that if we didn't have a good understanding of what gravity is. And then you guys just now conflated Kepler's laws and the Newtonian laws, right? When what Newton did was take his accurate kinematic description of the periodicity and the radii and stuff like that, and he just backfilled a dynamic character. And it was undefined, by the way. So it was like no addition whatsoever. It was simply him saying, okay, yes, this is how they move around each other, and this accurately maps it out. But logically speaking, there's got to be something causing it, some force that would cause it to do so. So he just ripped that equation and then threw in a figure, a character to represent this undefined force that must exist. And he's touted as some genius. And then, which I'm not saying he isn't a genius. If he actually wrote everything that's attributed to him, then he is definitely a genius, right? I mean, geez Louise, bro, you got laws of motion and gravity and the freaking color spectrum and freaking what did he create? Like algebra, maybe. What did he create? Calculus. Calculus. Like all by the age of like 22. Like, yeah, that's insane if that's true. But the point is, like, if you actually read his writings, he said, dude, I have no idea what this is. And, you know, it seems to me that there'd have to be a material medium. He proposed multiple theories about an ether because the idea of gravity that he was proposing would be fundamentally impossible without a medium, an ether that was connecting all the bodies. And then he didn't even put a time equation in there. My point is that it's like nothing to do with predicting eclipses, bro. And this is so far detached from what the current paradigm thinks is true, right? I mean, that's been so thoroughly disproven within your paradigm at this point. It should never be brought up. And it was never even an explanation in the first place. It was him saying, I don't have an explanation. And if I was forced to give one, I would say it must be a direct act of God himself. So come on, man. If I said that to you, if you asked me for a flat earth explanation and I told you, well, it must be a direct act of God himself, you guys would all clown me. But then you guys all just bring up Newton's laws of gravitation all the time and Newton gravity like it's somehow like substantive or something. And this goes back to my point about the double standards. You guys are blinded to the double standards because you assume there's so many people before you, so many people that are smarter than you, so many people that specialize in certain fields.
Is this where you monologue without giving a flat
I'm almost done, but do you get my bigger point?
Year fucking solar eclipse?
Can you steal man what I just said about the double standard?
All I asked you was for a flat Earth explanation of a 100-year solar eclipse from now.
And you turned your brain off, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, dude, buddy, we already addressed that. That was a long time ago. Then what I did was flipped around.
Okay. Well, where's your explanation?
Explain that you're conflating the dynamics and kinematics. I have entire presentations on this if you would like to learn about it.
Is it because of the SAR cycle?
Have you watched any of my content about this topic? Because I pretty thoroughly explain it in very digestible terms.
That's perfectly fine. I just asked for a prediction. Because the Glob makes many of those.
You may go grab the link so you can study, and then bro, it's free. And feel free to send a super thanks in the comments. What's up?
You can drop it after the. Well, you were gonna drop papers here in the chat a little while ago. I think.
Yeah, what happens? The only way I can ever actually go get all the stuff that people randomly ask for is to disengage. Yeah, because I just get.
I'm with you. I'm with you. You're a one-man show. I understand. I'll chill.
But do you get the point, though? I mean, do you get the point, man? Because this, anyone that just genuinely wants to know what's going on would have to acknowledge the situation, which is that your paradigm has a major issue, right? And this idea that gravity is proportionate to mass isn't viable. It just doesn't work. And
the problem though is
super weird that they won't accept it.
Well, we can make predictions, bro, that come true in reality, right? Using the heliocentric model. It's that simple.
Cycle is not heliocentric model.
Wait a second. Whichever model makes predictions that occur in reality better is the model you go with, and that's the heliocentric model. That is the answer.
First of all, I don't think that's true, right? Because if I look at the heliocentric model, its predictions don't work better than a geocentric model. For example, a geocentric model would say that the universe is not accelerating and expanding, and that is a way better explanation prediction, because then you have to come along and say, oh yes it is, but there's some magical dark energy that we can't find and we can't define and we can't measure and we don't know what it is that's making it do that. And
just so I know what you're talking about, are you talking about a flat geocentric or are you talking about a globe geocentric?
It doesn't even matter. Either one.
Well, it sort of does, right?
Nah, not in this situation.
Because the geocentric model would also predict hurricanes never cross the equator, for example.
Wait, that's what you did.
I'm just saying, right?
You're localizing some random question about flat Earth because you can't accept the meta that's sitting right in front of your face that your paradigm has been disproven and it just doesn't work, right? And you just claim that whatever model predicts better, so the heliocentric model predicts better, so we go with it, and that's the opposite of true. So we're gonna see if you actually believe in that standard, whichever model predicts more accurately is the one we go with. The geocentric model predicts way more accurately. If the geocentric model says when we make observations in the sky, it's gonna look like we're in the center, and we make observations that look like we're in the center, geocentric model is correct. The heliocentric model says, oh, well, we're gonna update ours and say it also is gonna look like we're in the center, but it's because everything's accelerating and expanding away from us, creating that illusion. And then we're like, what are you talking about? How does that happen? Well, there's some energy making it happen. Well, where's it at? Well, we can't find it and we don't know what it is, but trust me, it's there, bro. So which model's making a better prediction in that situation?
Well, it's simple. When we look through our telescope and we see everything is spherical, number one. Number two, we can look at retrograde motion from the planets, and we can determine that we are in a solar system that is not the center of the universe.
So you didn't address the
geocentric point. Is not the geocentric does not mean flat Earth. It means Earth is positioned in the center of the universe, and everything else is literally around that.
He's trying to blend the two on purpose.
Just did is you denied that idea, not knowing that the Earth can do the globe can do geocentric too. He's arguing for geocentric, but he really what this is about is flat versus globe. But we're arguing about
and he's saying that it doesn't matter because he wants to blend the lines.
That's what you want it to be about, and that's what because the truth. This is my whole point.
It does need to be about flat versus globe.
Now he's going to try to reframe everything. Now he's going to try to reframe it in a way that is convenient to him.
No, I've been doing it for 7 years.
The reality is the globe can do geocentric. Great, it could do it if it wants. Okay, the globe can do it. The
geocentric Earth from a
over. So like.
You just don't get the perspective. Point, man.
The geocentric Earth still rotates, right? And it still has hurricanes that stay north of the equator, and it still has cyclones that stay south of the equator. And there's no explanation on a flat Earth.
Rotate.
Oh, it doesn't. So it's just sitting there.
No. Yeah, because you can't have rotation without orbits.
I'm talking about a geocentric globe Earth, right?
I know that, but I'm just explaining that you can't have rotation without orbit. It's two sides of the same coin. So either Earth is not moving or it has to be rotating and orbiting. And that's just based on simple observations, right? Like what we see throughout.
Geocentric means Earth centered. Now it could be a rotating or it could be stationary.
It can't be rotating.
The shape of the world yet.
Are you telling me the Sun Genesis model is a non-rotating Earth?
A winning argument for flat Earth. This is different views of cosmology.
And you're perfectly making my point, which is the reason if you can't
waste people's time. Do you actually have?
I do want to understand one thing.
Oh my God, dude!
Let me ask you one thing. Just one thing. Is the Sun Genesis?
You can't accept this. Why would I talk to you about flat Earth? You can't even accept the first step. You can't even accept the first. No, you're being dishonest.
I'm not going to.
Is the Sun Genesis model a non-rotate? Is the Sun Genesis model a non-rotating geocentric globe Earth?
Yes, all geocentric models are non-rotating.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because it means it's stationary, and that's the center, right? So either the Earth's stationary in the center of the universe, or it's moving and not the center of the universe.
So when you're talking about rotation, what's your understanding of the counter-rotating sun circles? What's on flat Earth? What
we're back to another flat Earth question, right? I mean, it's again, if the sun is moving over top of a flat Earth, it has to just be an apparent optical effect, right? And there's multiple models. One's like a dual pole, similar to what New Perspective has been posting. Similar to like an electric field, it would have to be two actual physical poles and physical rotations that are counter rotations. And I mean, that's an interesting model, right? I mean, that would explain why when you go over the quote unquote equator, everything starts going the other way, right? I mean, you can literally have a dual pole flat Earth model.
So at some point, the sun does a figure of 8 somewhere.
Well, that's I don't know if I would quite frame it that way, but kind of, and I agree. There are multiple things that would have to be explained within that. And what I'm not going to do right now is debate.
You don't have an explanation for it at all.
See, no. You just are going to start asking me every conceivable question you can think of. And this was my point earlier.
I asked you one question. Come on, man. I only asked you one.
Brother. I understand where it's going. This is my point. no one that like goes against flat Earth and the whole entire position, they cannot defend if the Earth is geocentric or if it's not. Like they can't actually support that it's not geocentric, and they want to skip over it. This is and the reason that
I
I'm
can't
not
go against it. I can't. Hang on. I can't go against it if I don't have all the information, and I'm still just gathering information.
A flat Earth is a
Right,
different
you're one of the
part of it.
privileged. Hang on, I'm finished. You're one of the
Well,
privileged
you interrupted
people.
me, and now you're talking about how you didn't finish, man.
You're one of the privileged people in this room who has seen the southern extent of this situation. And for you, the sun went in an opposite rotation than it does in the north. For me, in the north, so that's fascinating. I wondered how that would work on flat Earth.
Okay, yes, but do you understand, like, if I'm in the middle of a conversation, someone can just jump in and be like, well, I want to hear you explain the 24-hour sun randomly at all times. It's been done like 12 times tonight alone, right?
You're talking about rotations, so that's why
yeah,
it
we're
triggered
talking
me
about
to think about
sidereal
rotations.
rotation. Talking about sidereal
Just,
rotation.
Polaris has a GP.
Oh, bro, come on. So you're just going to completely hijack the conversation? Can I at least make the final point that I'm making,
Does
please?
Sigma Octantis
Hey, can I make my final point
have a
before you
GP?
just try to hijack the whole convo, please? Because I want to address this to Gatekeeper, right? The main reason I'm doing this is I'm not holding your guys' hands anymore and helping your cogdis where you're so scared to face.
You're not addressing me. You're just preach. But
No,
you're not
Gatekeeper,
addressing me. Go ahead.
stop. Listen. I'm not addressing you.
I'm in
Stop. Please stop
2026.
interrupting me,
I've left
dude. Please stop
2015. I'm just
interrupting me,
being
man. Please stop
transparent, bro.
interrupting me, man. I'm addressing the point you're making. I'm not talking about your specific position.
You are
Oh
not
my
addressing
God, dude. You guys are just all the same. So like, just please chill. I don't know your specific position. I don't even know if you're geocentric or you're open to it, or if you're concave. I think maybe that's not my point. I'm not addressing your question, right? I know you really want me to address 24-hour sun on a flat Earth, and ultimately you want me to say it's impossible and concave Earth's real or whatever. That isn't the point, though. Like I'm answering your question. So if you ask it in good faith, this is the good faith answer. What always happens is when people start to run into that uncomfortable, like cogdis place of like, oh my God, geocentrism does make more sense, or oh my God, is it actually geocentric? They start to like kind of panic. And then what they do is they jump over to flat Earth and they're like, they ask whatever gotcha they think they have on flat Earth. And if then they don't get an answer that's satisfactory, or they think they got the gotcha, then they jump all the way back over to their comfortable little heliocentric model. So now they're like, okay, now we're back good. And it's just this weird cogdis thing where to escape the fact that the Earth is not a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, free falling, flying through space, they have to use flat Earth as their crutch to avoid it. And that's why I, even in good faith, despite all these lies said about me, I still, man, the best possible argument, in my opinion, for why flat Earth may have been a psyop, even though I don't think it is. I think it was hijacked at times and infiltrated. The best argument is that, well, geocentrism is true, and so then the government rolled out flat Earth to distract away from it, and make that the center of the topic, so that if it's debunked, then people never actually look at geocentrism. Because like right after the principle came out with Robertson Ginis in 2014, that's when flat Earth came in and like exploded. So it's like, they're like, oh no, geocentrism can't get out, right? They're going to find out that the Earth's in the center of the universe. So they rolled out flat Earth as a distraction. I don't think that happened, but I mean, I'm just explaining that it's an interesting idea. If you can't, like, it's like, okay, you guys think there's too many problems with flat Earth. They can't explain the 24/7 sun, in Antarctica, and it's going the wrong way, and all these things. Like, okay, cool. Have you been able to honestly look at the fact that you can prove the Earth is in the center of the universe? It is not flying through space. And have you then been able to accept what the implications of that are? Because it's like, why would you skip over that? Be like, no, I don't care about that. I just want to talk about flat Earth. I don't care about that. That's insignificant. It may be the biggest truth ever. It may change everything fundamentally. It may make me not have to accept the Earth is literally in the most special, unique position in the world, and everything else that exists is created simply to move around it. And it means it's like literally the most important thing ever, and therefore it had to be placed there, and it changes everything. No, I don't care about that. I just want to know about flat Earth. And if I can't get flat Earth questions answered the way I like, then I'm going to go all the way back over to this heliocentric giant universe model. Do you get my point? Now, this is the reason that I started honing in on it, because it gets like buried underneath all of it, and it becomes it's an all or nothing. It's flat Earth or it's heliocentric globe, and it leaves out arguably the most important takeaway out of all of this, which is that the Earth is actually in a special and unique position in the center of everything. Therefore, it was placed there, requiring creation, and it's like the most significant truth ever, right?
I do agree in a way that it gets buried, because flat Earth is so hilariously wrong that it's so fun to laugh at flat earthers. That's why what you're suggesting, it's not going to gain traction, because flat Earth is just fun to laugh at because it's so wrong, and what you're suggesting doesn't have that positive side.
But you can say these things like that, right, with that ostensible confidence and stuff like that. But in reality, it's just you puffing your chest up, and you're going to always only focus on flat Earth because you cannot handle the geocentric conversation. When I say, oh, so whatever model predicts better, we're going to go with that one. Okay, let's use that standard. The geocentric model says that when we look out, we're going to see that everything makes it look like the Earth's in the center. That's what we actually saw. So then the heliocentric model updated its model and said, oh, well, ours is going to make everything look like it's in the center too, but it's just an illusion because the universe is accelerating and expanding in all directions, creating the illusion that the Earth's in the center. And we're like, wait, what? You just made that up. It's just post hoc. But anyway, how could that even happen? Well, some energy is expanding the universe, and it's like, okay, what is it? Well, we don't know. We don't know what it is. We can't find it. We can't prove it's there. We can't measure it. There's no evidence for it. It just has to be there. If my post hoc claim that the universe is accelerating, expanding, creating the illusion the Earth's in the center is true, you have to have no pattern recognition whatsoever to not see what happened there. And what it really is that people just don't want to accept the implications. They don't want to be like the crazy person that says the Earth's in the center of the universe. They just avoid it. And what do? They talk about, well, the sun doesn't change angular size. Well, what about the 24-hour sun? And whatever other question they can come up with, because it's like their coping mechanism. And then they get back to, okay, I feel comfortable again. Now I feel like I can just write all that off as crazy talk and go back to my comfortable little solar system. It happens every time, without exception. And I made this point well before Antarctica trip was even brought up, that we should start honing in on that, right? Because people are so terrified of being intellectually honest about whether or not the Earth is in the center of the universe.
How about it goes the different way? What if you're the actual person who's puffing their chest while running away from the flat Earth debate, because you know full well that that's the losing position? You said earlier that flat Earth is stronger than globe, but then you also realize that no, it's actually stupid and it's actually silly. So let's transfer into this completely different topic, because yes, flat Earth is stupid, and anyone who actually goes to Antarctica, sees the 24-hour sun, realizes that flat Earth is so stupid. Of course, there would be a reason for you to run away from the topic, because you realize, even with your puffing your chest and with all your rhetorics, that yeah, we have the better model and we are. No, you cannot say that, because you admitted just after that you don't. You don't think you're intelligent? We are stronger. How does it work when you say we are stronger, but then you also admit that we don't even have a model? Yes, we have.
You're just scattergunning different
model in 2015, and you don't have a model now. So how about maybe it's you puffing your chest and running away from the flat Earth topic?
You just did what you said you were going to do.
So this is the number one topic that they always do. It's the number one thing they always do. Yeah, like I just told you guys who's going to do it, right? I mean, what they do is they try to like shift the burden or reverse psychology to act like I'm scared to defend flat Earth, to try to bait me in to allowing them to run away
in fact,
from geocentrism, right? And then they try to pretend it's because I went to Antarctica and saw the sun. I've been making this point for 5 years. So it's just easily disproven. And I think what you're actually doing is projecting how you would handle it, right? And maybe there's a parasocial component, but like you're like putting yourself in my shoes and then how you would handle it. And I guess that you would be too scared to admit you were wrong. If I thought that actually proved the Earth's a globe, I would have been the first one to say, I was wrong about flat Earth. It would make my life much simpler in many ways. In fact, I would make way more money online if I did that. That isn't what I think, though. So
sure.
You may think that I wouldn't do it, but if you just use basic common sense here, well, what percentage of people are flat earthers? What percentage of people that consume online content are obsessively looking into flat Earth? How profitable is that? Is that propped up by the algorithms? Is that monetized? Is it censored? And would just getting rid of that and moving to a much bigger community be more profitable? Of course it would. This idea that I'm grifting and so then I'm scared and I'm running away. I'm trying to say, okay, let's talk about this. So I don't have to really admit I'm wrong, but I don't have to keep talking about it because I realize I was wrong and I'm trying to grift. That's so stupid. Doesn't make any sense at all. If I thought I was wrong about flat Earth, I'd be like, oh man, kind of a sense of relief because now I don't have to publicly state this thing that's been super limiting, causing me to be buried and censored and like really limiting any potential online success. Right. So like,
all right. So
come on.
Okay, you corrected a false idea on my part that perhaps deep down that flat Earth is wrong, and you corrected that and admitted that no, I Witsit, I'm actually stupid enough to think that it's true.
Sure, if that's how you want to characterize it. Yeah, I mean, I don't. In reality, I just don't believe your model that's been debunked. But I think that you and many people
When
like
has
you,
it been debunked?
I think you and many people like you are afraid to even honestly look at that fact. Like, let me ask you a question, right? If you genuinely, say that hypothetically, you genuinely discovered that actually you were wrong this whole time and that the heliocentric globe Earth model wasn't true, right? Like, what would you do after that?
I would probably talk to people about it. I'm not sure if that was the answer that you expected.
I'm saying is that like, I mean, it would just be no big deal. You would just like talk to some people about it.
Yeah,
I mean, accept it. And
if I discovered that the globe Earth heliocentric model is not correct, yeah, I'd probably tell my family about it.
Word, yeah, because
Probably
like
tell
what
the
I
online
think
about
is
it.
that what I think is like I don't think that you allow yourself to even entertain that possibility sincerely, right? Like even if you take flat out of it and just go with geocentric, I don't think that you could handle that because every single time it comes up, you and many people on your side here, they literally run away from it every time. So this is my point that Gatekeeper's bringing up. Gatekeeper, you want me to address a model and the fact that Gleason model's wrong, and I get all that. It's not like I haven't done it at all. I just have stepped away for other reasons. Everyone should now know the reasons. It's become public, but that isn't really the point, right? Like the reason that I'm doing this is because you can watch me. I could do this for another 100 hours, and it will happen every time. Every single time that I attempt to have a conversation about geocentrism and I get someone, well, I'm almost done. I know. Let me finish. Let me finish. Every single time.
You mentioned me, right?
Yes.
I just
He
wanted
didn't
to
ask you a question though. He didn't ask you a question though. He just mentioned.
But I'm gonna I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it back to you. Just let me finish. Every single time that I talk to someone about geocentrism, without exception, when we get to that uncomfortable point of the conversation for them, where they realize they don't have a rebuttal, or that the heliocentric model has been falsified, or that the geocentric model makes way more sense, and it starts to actually click, they panic and immediately, just out of nowhere, just start bringing up some argument about flat Earth. It happens every single time. It's weird. It's like robotic. Okay. And so to me, that is, you have now discovered a phenomena that happens of cognitive dissonance. They're not even consciously doing it. They shut down and just start, angular size of the sun, 24-hour sun. They literally just have to they need a life jacket to get away from even being able to actually accept that the heliocentric model isn't true. So I'm not going to like just keep playing the game with them and chasing them down every rabbit hole that they go so that then they can be like, whew, now I don't have to look at the fact that the heliocentric model wasn't true, right? I feel like in that sense, if I keep doing that, I'm basically playing right into their hands. I'm aiding their cognitive dissonance, and like, I mean, what's the point of that? It's like just intellectually dishonest at that point.
Okay, well,
personally, I'm not looking for a life jacket. I came here into this topic looking for flat Earth because it was offered to me as a possible explanation for my reality. And you, Witsit, were one of the people I came across And you gave me some plausible ideas about flat Earth. And then I came to an idea that, an understanding that some of those things don't add up. And, now when I ask you about some of those, you just shut me down. You shut the topic down and say, right, you're doing an Aether no Glob. You're not going to talk about the flat Earth. That's redundant. Can you talk about the globe? And I learned all I know about the globe. Not everything, but all 99% what I learned about the globe, I learned from you and other flat earthers. I never learned it from indoctrination, from education, from programming, or anything like that. I learned it in this arena from people such as you who told me about these things. And I thought about them, painted the picture in my mind that you drew, and some of those things don't add up. And in order to become the best flat earther one could be, one would have to answer these questions, wouldn't they?
Did you go to primary school at all?
Stay in school, kids.
Did you go to primary school at all?
What's going to primary school got to do with this?
Because that's where they teach you the solar system, and you're pretending like you learned everything about the globe here, as if you weren't you weren't in school or something. It's very peculiar.
Rigsky. They didn't tell me all the stuff that I told you, not everything. All right? They didn't tell me the numbers. They didn't tell me anything about curve measurements. They didn't tell me anything about the GP of Polaris, measuring angles to Polaris. So if Polaris has a GP, does Sigma Octantis also have a GP?
So flat Earth talks for everything you know.
Can we get to either one of those?
Everything it taught me pretty much everything I know about the globe. Yes, I didn't know any. Honestly, I didn't even know 3959 growing up. I only kind of thought about it. Became aware of 3959 here. Became aware that there was a calculation for a curve.
You're welcome. We teach people around here. Yeah, you're welcome.
I think the main
Yes, about the globe. You teach. Hang on. You teach people about the globe, but when you're questioned about the thing that you've offered me as a replacement, you seem to shut it down and you don't want to go further. And for me, that's where the truth lies.
Brother, I have hundreds of hours of doing that very thing online, like looking into every conceivable idea, explaining all kinds of phenomena, giving the stillman of the globe and teaching it, and then showing what the parts that don't work, and then showing how it would work on a flat Earth or the different possible explanations on a flat Earth. I've done that for hundreds of hours. And you can only give me that critique specific to the 24-hour sun, although even that isn't true. I have addressed it.
No, it's not.
I've explained that.
It's not specific to that. It's one of the things. It's not specific to that. It's just one of the things. Because that's also. I mean, does Sigma Octantis have a GP on flat Earth, for instance?
Yes.
Sorry, my headphone just died. What did you say?
Who said yes? So did you hear that, Witsit? Does Sigma Octantis have a GP on flat Earth?
Yeah, assuming that's it would over anything.
Okay, so if you're at the North Pole, which seems like nobody seems to have been there, but hypothetically, I guess if you're at the North Pole and every direction is south, which direction do I walk or head to go to that GP of Sigma Octantis?
South.
Everywhere's south at north. Which south do I go to?
Just go walking south, man. You'll find it.
South is one you can find.
That's just silly, isn't it? Come on.
I understand what you're saying.
That's ridiculous. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, but so what would you suggest for me?
Well, that's a good question. You would have to just start walking. I don't know, right? You have to walk south because this gets into what exactly
but it has a fixed
is
point.
The stars in the south. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? But could there be multiple based on it being an apparent position? Does it move relative to zero? I don't really know. Sigma Octantis